Chapter 1720. Majestic Yin Chi appeared from the southeast at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it appeared in front of this place. It was an exceptionally tall figure with a head full of blood-red hair and a sharp and cold aura. Lord Jinli. Seeing this tall figure, the three cultivators from the world of dead souls couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Baiziki and the others were slightly moved. The person who came was very powerful. Mid-stage Immortal King realm. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. In front, in the sky, Lin Tian naturally felt the cultivation base of the person who came. A faint light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't have the slightest scruple. Lord Jinli, we were ordered to collect a bunch of cultivation materials for Lord Yinshang, but they were taken away by this human. Please kill him and take back those cultivation materials. Among the three cultivators from the world of dead souls, one of them pointed at Lin Tiandao. The person who came looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes and Yin Chi surrounding him. Obviously, he was also a cultivator from the world of dead souls, and like these people, he was also Yinshang's subordinate. After hearing this, he directly attacked and pressed down on Lin Tian. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard and heaven and earth shook. A mid-stage Immortal King expert attacked. He only used his physical body to throw out a palm, but the power was still extremely terrifying, as if it could crush everything. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't dodge or make any unnecessary movements. He raised his hand and threw out a punch. Dong! A shocking explosion sounded, and the void directly collapsed. Then, in the next moment, his fist directly collided with the huge palm of the Golden Oak Immortal King. Uft! Blood splattered. The Golden Oak Immortal King's arm was directly smashed into pieces, and his entire body flew out like a scarecrow. Lord Jinli. The three cultivators from the world of dead souls were shocked. How is this possible? The three of them were shocked. They could see that Lin Tianji was only at the intermediate stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm, while their Lord Golden Tree was at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King Realm, which was an entire realm higher than Lin Tianyi. However, under such circumstances, Lin Tianji was able to shatter their Lord Golden Tree's arm with a single punch. This made them feel disbelief. Even the barbarian king physique of the 12 kings' physiques wouldn't be so powerful at this level. What a freak! Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Breaking the arm of an intermediate immortal king with a cultivation base of intermediate heavenly immortal realm was truly an exaggeration. Of course, although it was shocked, it was not surprised. This was because it knew that Lin Tian's physique was the reincarnation physique. His pure physical strength was already stronger than the barbarian king physique. Moreover, he had forcefully tempered his body with the power of the heavenly tribulation earlier. It was very normal for him to have such physical strength now. Elder brother is so powerful. Ziyu's eyes lit up. It was also at this moment that there was a boom. Monstrous Yin Chi swept out, and the Golden Tree Immortal King, who was sent flying by Lin Tian, flew back. His shattered arm had recovered, and his expression was extremely gloomy. I underestimated you, human. This person looked at Lin Tian. He didn't expect that Lin Tian's physical body would be so powerful that he could actually shatter the arm of an intermediate immortal king like him. With a boom, the Yin Chi around his body surged. The divine might of an intermediate immortal king directly appeared, and Immortal King Dao light interweaved together. For a time, the entire world began to tremble. Many places directly collapsed because of this majestic evil divine might and evil Dao light. Lord Golden Tree directly used his full strength. The three cultivators from the world of dead souls were shocked. Then, in the next moment, the three of them looked at Lin Tian with a cold expression. Only death awaits those who oppose the world of dead souls. Clang. The sound of a sword was ear-piercing, interrupting the three of them. Lin Tian's back was facing the three of them. He waved his hand, and 3 streaks of sword light immediately shot out, shattering the three of them into pieces. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Golden Tree from the world of dead souls immediately narrowed his eyes, and his expression became even colder. Lin Tian actually dared to kill 3 of his own kind in front of him. Boom! An even more terrifying aura rushed out from his body. Boundless evil aura surged, turning into an evil sea that corroded space and even the air. It sealed off the surroundings and pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this evil aura arrived above Lin Tian's head. It could destroy everything and directly enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately felt the threat of death. After all, this was a destructive divine art unleashed by an intermediate immortal king expert. With the strength of an intermediate heavenly immortal, even a reincarnated body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The gap between their cultivation bases was just too great. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Facing this destructive sea of evil power, he did not dodge or evade. It was also at this time that the space fluctuated. An array of 6-colored divine light flashed. Little Tai Chu instantly appeared on his shoulder. With a light flap of its wings, it directly shattered the vast evil sea. "Yeah," the little guy called out to Lin Tian in a childish voice. Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little guy's head. Then, his gaze fell on Golden Tree, Immortal King again. Golden Tree, Immortal King, was naturally moved at this time. He stared at little Tai Chu without blinking. His pupils couldn't help but constrict, and a look of fear appeared on his face. The reason for that was because Lin Tian had destroyed his arm and killed 3 of his clansmen right in front of him. He was extremely furious and had unleashed his full power. However, even so, his full power had been shattered by a light flick of little Primordial's wings. "Deal with him." Lin Tian opened his mouth and said to little Tai Chu. Little Tai Chu responded. With a flap of its wings, a large expanse of 6-colored divine light suddenly appeared. It turned into a 6-colored sea that crushed the great void and directly pressed down on Golden Tree, Immortal King. Golden Tree, Immortal King was not weak. He immediately felt the terror of this divine light and supported all his divine power to resist. However, the little guy's 6-colored divine light was too powerful. It instantly annihilated all the divine power he supported. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. This person was directly crushed. "Damn it!" A shocked and angry voice rang out. This person was crushed by the 6-colored divine light, but his spirit was not destroyed. In the blink of an eye, his physical body was reformed. He glanced at little Tai Chu with a cold face, then turned around and fled into the distance. He saw how terrifying little Tai Chu was. He definitely couldn't resist. "Yeah." Little Tai Chu called out. With a flap of its wings, divine light surged and completely sealed the surrounding space. With a bang, Golden Tree, Immortal King, who had fled, was directly sent flying back. His expression turned even uglier. "Don't think about escaping. You can't escape." Lin Tiandao. As his words fell, little Tai Chu called out again from his shoulder. Immediately, another large expanse of 6-colored divine light pressed down on Golden Tree, Immortal King. With the surrounding space sealed, Golden Tree, Immortal King had no way to dodge. The large expanse of 6-colored divine light arrived above his head in the blink of an eye. The Golden Yuck, Immortal King gritted his teeth as he faced the 6-colored divine light that was even more shocking than the previous one. He instantly knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. When this 6-colored divine light truly descended, only death would await him. "If this king dies, you won't have an easy time either," he roared through clenched teeth. Cracks appeared on his body, and his divine power and Tao light became incomparably chaotic. "I will sacrifice my soul origin to the soul altar. Everything here will be known to the soul altar. Lord Yinshan will know everything from the soul altar," he said savagely. "If all of you go to the dead spirit world, you will be buried in the dead spirit world. Lord Yin Shang will kill every single one of you." As his words fell, his body exploded with a pop. His flesh, blood, origin, and soul rapidly burned into a tremendous amount of energy. Then a gigantic vortex appeared in the sky, enveloping all the space within 10,000 feet. A terrifying suction force pulled Lin Tianyi and the others toward the giant spatial vortex. Lin Tian was the first to react. He immediately summoned his strongest immortal Tao reincarnation diagram to resist the suction force. Little Taichu also summoned the Four Spirits' protection to resist the suction force of the giant vortex. However, it was useless. The suction force of the giant vortex was too strong and terrifying. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. Whether it was the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram he summoned or the Four Spirits' protection the immortal king level Little Taichu summoned, they couldn't resist the suction force. The suction force pulled them directly toward the giant vortex. It felt as if they were being sucked into extreme Yin Temple. That bastard knows that he's going to die, so he burned his flesh, blood, origin, and soul to create this thing. He wants to drag us to the dead spirit world by force. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. He used his strongest Great Five Elements art to resist the suction force with all his might. Unfortunately, it was useless. It was the same for Baiziki and Shui Shui and the others. They were forcefully pulled in by the huge vortex in the sky. At the same time, in this place, the ordinary people in the village couldn't resist the suction force. All of them cried out in fear and unease. In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into the giant vortex. Whoosh! In this space, a fierce wind swept through. The giant vortex in the sky swept away everything in this space. Even someone as strong as Little Taichu couldn't resist the suction force at this time. After all, this was the power of a mid-stage immortal king who had sacrificed himself in exchange for this power. Moreover, he had made some kind of sacrifice to open the door to the alternate world. When this power was sucked in, no one below the true God level could resist it. Lin Tianyi and the others were swept away by this power. No matter how they resisted, it was useless. Soon, like those ordinary people, they were sucked into the vortex in the sky. In an instant, the space vortex in the sky disappeared. Darkness shrouded the group and swallowed everything. After who knew how much time had passed, a powerful shockwave spread out from the darkness, knocking everyone out and putting them back on solid ground. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding space appeared to be somewhat gloomy. The air was mixed with celestial spiritual energy, but it appeared to be somewhat gloomy and cold. Wherever the 10 directions were, the mountains were connected to each other. There was very little vegetation on them, and they were all species that were rarely seen in the 10 directions. The most unique thing was that, although it was clearly daytime, there was a full moon hanging in the sky. Moreover, it was blood-red. The blood-red moon in the sky, the world of souls. And Shui Shui stared. We were really sent to this gloomy world by force. P.S. Well, everyone, please follow the Dragon's WeChat public account. Click on the top right corner of WeChat to add friends. Search for Sleepy Dragon on the public account and click on follow. The dragon posted an introduction to an old drunkard on his public account. At the same time, he also posted an analysis of some of the main characters in the God of 10 Directions, an analysis of the 12 king bodies, and a daily update schedule. After you follow him, you can see these things. At the same time, if you have any questions or doubts about the book, you can also leave a message for the dragon on his WeChat public account. The dragon will reply one by one after seeing it. So, brothers and sisters, please follow him. The dragon is waiting for you. Chapter 17:21. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling evil energy all over the place. The world of dead souls. Lin Tian frowned. He could tell at a glance that this place was the world of dead souls. According to the ancient records, there was always a blood-red moon in the sky of the world of dead souls. This symbol was too obvious. This is... What's going on? Where did we come to? It's so cold here. Panicked voices rang out one after another. This place was relatively empty. Apart from Lin Tianyi and the others, the villagers from the big village in the celestial realm had also been swept into the world of dead souls because of the Golden Oak Celestial King. At the same time, the huge whirlpool was only a spatial portal. It did not contain any destructive power. Therefore, after these people were swept into it, they did not die even though they were ordinary people. For a time, Lin Tianyi and the others looked at these ordinary villagers. Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared very polite as he comforted these ordinary villagers. Can we still return to where we were before? At first, these people were slightly afraid of Lin Tian. After all, they had seen Lin Tian's various extraordinary methods. He was like a god or a demon, and they did not fit in. However, because Lin Tian appeared very polite, these ordinary villagers were not afraid anymore. Moreover, they remembered that when the few fierce people from the world of dead souls were wantonly killing in their village, it was Lin Tian who appeared and protected them. It's fine if we can return. Don't worry. Lin Tian comforted them. That's great. It's good that we can return. It's good that we can return. Thank you, young Celestial. There were many villagers, at least a few hundred of them. They all bowed respectfully to Lin Tian. In their eyes, Lin Tian, who had various extraordinary methods, was like an immortal. You're all injured. Let me treat you, Ziyu said. A 16-year-old girl with a gentle spirit light around her moved very nimbly. She arrived in front of the injured villagers one by one and used her unique spirit light to heal the injuries of the injured villagers. These injuries were left behind in the village in the immortal region due to various reasons. None of them were very serious, and in the blink of an eye, they were all healed by Ziyu's demonic light. Everyone's spirits and appearances improved. Thank you, little fairy. The villagers were pleasantly surprised. There was no medicine, just the light that fell on their bodies healed their injuries in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it made their bodies stronger than before. In their eyes, this was simply too miraculous. They also treated the purple moon as an immortal. They all respectfully bowed to the purple moon. Even some of the elders were no exception. Don't be like that. I'm younger than you. Ziyu waved her hands at the villagers, telling them not to salute. Lin Tian watched from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Ziyu was only 16 years old. As a member of the Immortal Region's Fei clan, her status could be said to be very noble. However, her attitude towards these ordinary people was actually more polite than his. It was enough to see that her heart was really pure. Next, return to the Immortal Region, he said to himself. He clenched his right fist slightly and directly punched towards the sky. He was prepared to directly blast open the world gate and return to the Immortal Region. He would send the villagers back, and then take Ziyu back to the 10 Heavens domain to find the Violet Fairy. The dazzling fist light turned into a beam of light that instantly rushed into the sky. The void in all directions directly collapsed, and spatial turbulence scattered out wantonly. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian frowned. The void was shattered by him, but the world gate did not appear. What's going on? He was a little puzzled. After a pause, he raised his hand and punched towards the sky again. The fist light shattered everything, but the outcome was the same as before. Although the void cracked, the world gate still did not appear. Kid, what are you doing? Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression. Baiziki and the others also turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian. I want to open the world gate, but I can't. Lin Tiandao said, there's a special power intertwined in this world. Ordinary power seems to be unable to open the space gate to other worlds from the inside of this world. It's impossible to walk out of this world. As soon as he said this, Baiziki and the others were all moved. "I'll give it a try," the white tiger said. As it said that, it waved its tiger claws and 5 light seals flew into the sky in a straight line. Just like Lin Tian's fist light, it shattered a piece of space. However, it only shattered a piece of space, and the world gate did not appear. It really doesn't work. It was slightly shocked. Now that it was in the sky immortal realm, it could open the world gate with its own strength. However, it could not do so in this place. Baiziki and the others tried one after another, but the results were the same as Lin Tian's. They could not open the world gate to the outside world. Even someone as strong as the little Taichu could not open it. Now that I think about it, I can understand why the Golden Oak Immortal King gave up his life and forcefully sent us to this world. He wasn't afraid that we would leave immediately after arriving here. He knew that we couldn't open the world entrance and leave after being thrown here. After that Yin Shang learned about what happened from the soul altar it spoke of and chased after us. Wuxing Crocodile said, "This is equivalent to trapping us in this world. And this is obviously Yin Shang's territory. We're being locked up and killed." "That's true." Ling Yin rolled his eyes. Lin Tian paused and said, "Let's explore this world first and find a way out." He then spoke to the villagers who had been swept into the world of souls with them. He briefly explained to them that they couldn't leave this world for the time being and that they needed to find a way out. Then he temporarily put the villagers into a space container. At the same time, he also gave them enough pills for food. This spatial container was the one he had taken from the cultivator from the world of dead souls to store the other young villagers and children. He had also distributed many immortal elixirs to those who had been stored in the spatial container. He also explained the situation to them briefly to reassure them. Then he stored the spatial container in his immortal Emperor Pagoda. "Let's go," he said to Baiziki and the others. Then the group left this place and walked in a random direction, ready to collect information about this world. Soon they traveled through this world, crossing over dozens of great mountains in a row. At this time, the sound of wind breaking reverberated in the air. 9 powerful cultivators appeared in the distance, all of them surrounded by evil aura. They were clearly cultivators of the world of souls, and none of them were weak. 5 people and 3 beasts. Remember, once you discover them, report immediately and then restrain them. Don't fight them head-on. It said that those people are not weak. Understood. No matter what, those who dare to oppose Lord Yin Shang and kill the experts of our world must be killed. They have the cultivation materials that Lord Yin Shang needs. We must take them back. Of course. Someone from the group spoke in a cold voice. Lin Tian and the others were still very far away from the group of cultivators of the world of souls. But because of their extraordinary cultivation, they naturally heard the content of these people's voices. The world of souls knows about what happened in the immortal region so quickly that whatever soul altar, because of the death and sacrifice of Golden Oak Immortal King, learned everything that happened in that village in the immortal region, and learned that we were forcibly pulled into this world by Golden Oak Immortal King. Now that Yin Shang learned about this through the soul altar, he sent many cultivators of the world of souls to this world to search for us. Ling Yan's expression changed. That's obviously the case. Lin Tiandao, the white tiger, rolled his eyes. It seems that the entire world of souls is our enemy now. There are people over there. At this time a voice rang out. In the distance, the cultivators of the world of souls looked in this direction and saw Lin Tianyi and the others. Immediately, the other cultivators of the world of souls looked in this direction. 5 people and 3 beasts, it's them? The group of people who oppose Lord Yin Shang. It's definitely them. Quick, report to the Yin capital, the group said. Then one of them acted. A beam of dark light shot into the sky, and a strange rune appeared in the sky. It was clearly notifying the true experts. All right, we'll wait for Lord Yin Shang to arrive in person. We'll hold them back first. The cultivators of the world of souls said. There were 15 of them in total, and they were all in the heaven immortal realm. They moved very quickly and arrived in front of Lin Tian and the others in the blink of an eye. You're the ones who interfered with Lord Yinshang's matter. I'll give you a chance. Hand over Lord Yinshang's cultivation materials and kill yourselves here. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless pain. You'll wish you were dead. One of them said coldly, but there was caution and vigilance in his eyes. It was because he knew that Lin Tianyi and the others were not weak and were very strong. The 15 cultivators of the world of souls surrounded Lin Tian and the others. You're giving us a chance to kill ourselves. You're pissing me off. I'll slap you little lean bastards to death. The white tiger cursed. It raised its hand and slapped the cultivator who spoke. Its strength was shocking. With a poof, the cultivator was smashed into pieces. Only his divine soul barely escaped. You dare to attack us. The cultivator quickly reformed his physical body, and his face was even colder. If we don't attack, will we really kill ourselves? Or will we stand still and wait for you to suppress us and make us wish we were dead? Are you an idiot or a retard? The white tiger continued to curse. The cultivator of the world of souls stared at the white tiger, and his sword became even colder. You'll suffer more than death, the cultivator said. The other 14 cultivators of the world of souls also had cold gazes. The white tiger glared at them. Come here, come here. Let's see how you can make me suffer more than death. All right, stop fooling around. Collect the information and leave this place. Lin Tian spoke at this time. With that, he stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of the cultivator of the world of souls, who scolded the white tiger. Under the other party's shocked gaze, he suppressed the other party with a slap. Then, his divine sense of origin directly entered the other party's sea of consciousness to search for everything about the world of souls. Chapter 17:22. The cultivator from the world of souls who shouted at the white tiger was suppressed by Lin Tian. He was shocked by Lin Tian's strength. At the same time, Lin Tian didn't care about the shock in the cultivator's eyes. He sent a wisp of divine sense of the origin into the cultivator's sea of consciousness to search for everything about the world of souls. Damn it! Let go! The other dozen or so cultivators of the world of souls were shocked and furious. Their eyes were filled with coldness as they rushed toward Lin Tian and attacked together. Get lost! Wuxing Crocodile shouted and used the great 5 elements art. The power of the 5 elements surged and shrouded the 14 cultivators at the same time. The 14 cultivators from the world of souls exploded. They couldn't resist the great 5 elements art of Wuxing Crocodile. After all, Wuxing Crocodile was also a rare species in the untainted land. He had refined many extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth over the years, so his physique was very strong. Although his cultivation was at the early stage of Fairy Immortal, it didn't take him much effort to kill ordinary cultivators at the middle stage of Fairy Immortal. The bodies of the 14 cultivators from the world of souls were shattered, but their divine souls were still intact. They quickly retreated with horror in their eyes. Before this, they already knew that Lin Tian's group was extraordinary and extremely powerful. However, they did not expect them to be so powerful. Any one of them would be able to make them unable to contend against them. Since you want to kill us, just kill us, the white tiger said. With a rumbling sound, a huge tiger shadow appeared behind him. It was like a divine tiger descending to the world. With vast demonic light and unparalleled Taoist principles, it rushed toward the divine souls of the 14 cultivators from the world of souls and shrouded them in the blink of an eye. No! Screams rang out immediately. In the face of such a great skill of the white tiger, the 14 cultivators of the world of dead souls could not resist at all. They were crushed in the first moment and completely disappeared from this world. The world of dead souls cultivator suppressed by Lin Tian trembled. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. Seeing the scene, he was both shocked and angry. You all actually dared to do this! Shut up! Lin Tiandao's fist landed on his opponent's abdomen, causing him to scream in agony and spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his soul consciousness ran amok in the other's sea of consciousness. Soon, he understood the basic situation of the world of souls. Then his soul consciousness withdrew from the other's sea of consciousness. You will die a horrible death. He will definitely be buried in our world. The cultivator from the world of souls glared at Lin Tian with blood gushing out of his mouth. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything more, and directly slapped him to death. There was no way he would let anyone who wanted to kill him and his friends live. How is it? What did you find? Why can't we open the world portal from here? Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian nodded and said, The world of souls is considered a sealed world. Naturally, there is a vast amount of dead spirit energy that surrounds the entire world. If you want to open the world portal from here and go to other worlds with pure strength, you have to be at least at the heavenly god realm or above. Cultivators below the heavenly god realm in this world all leave through the special teleportation formations in the various royal capitals of the world of souls. However, there are no major restrictions on entering this world from the outside world. As long as you are at the heavenly god realm, you can enter. Hearing this, Baiziki and the others frowned. Whooshing Crocodile said, In other words, if we want to leave now, we either have to cultivate to the heavenly god realm in this world, or sneak into the various royal capitals of this world and steal the special teleportation formations in the royal capitals. Yes, Lin Tian nodded and continued, In reality, it's obviously not very possible for us to cultivate to the heavenly god realm in a short period of time. Therefore, if we want to leave this world now, there's only one way left. Sneak into any of the royal capitals of the world of souls, then secretly use the teleportation formations in these royal capitals to leave. And Shui and the others obviously knew this. The white tiger asked, What's the cultivation of the strongest in these royal capitals? There are 99 royal capitals in the world of souls. The first royal capital is the Yin capital, and it's guarded by a half-step divine king. As for the other royal capitals, the strongest are all peak true gods. Lin Tian Andao. Hearing this, Ling Yin and the others frowned. It's not easy, and Shui mumbled softly. There was no need to mention the Yin capital, but there were peak true gods in ordinary royal capitals. That would be a little troublesome. After all, peak true gods were not people that they could fight against. Even the strongest little Taichu could not. After all, the little guy was only at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. There was a huge gap between peak true gods and peak true gods. Even if he had the immortal spirit royal bloodline, it was impossible for him to defeat peak true gods with his current cultivation. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Tian Andao. Boom! At this moment, an extremely powerful beam of light suddenly shot up from the northwest of the world of souls. Its aura was terrifying. As this beam of light shot up, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. This fluctuation, why does it feel like it's comparable to the aura of Ao, Jian Tinzuin, and the others? Moreover, it seems even more terrifying. The group was shocked. The powerful aura in the northwest was truly terrifying. Lin Tian looked in that direction, paused, and was slightly shocked again. As this beam of light with a terrifying aura shot up, he unexpectedly felt a faint, familiar aura. Yang Qi. He was surprised. At the same time, beside him, Baiziki looked at the direction where the beam of light shot up from and frowned. Obviously, he also felt Yang Qi's aura. Then Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin also felt this familiar aura. It's the aura of the saber guy. Is that guy in this world too? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Even little Taichu looked in that direction and called out in a childish voice. You guys feel the aura of an acquaintance? White Tiger asked Lin Tian Andao. And Shui and Purple Moon also looked at him. Lin Tian nodded. He's our old friend. He Baiziki, Lingyun, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu all came from the 10 directions, heavenly domain. Yang Qi was their comrade-in-arms who founded the immortal court together. Let's go. Let's go, Lin Tian Ondao said. At this moment, he felt Yang Qi's aura in the northwest of this world, so he naturally had to go and take a look. With him in the lead, the group headed straight toward the northwest of the world of souls. At the same time, they deliberately concealed their auras to avoid being discovered by other cultivators in this world. After all, they were now in the world of souls, and almost all the cultivators in this world were their enemies. They all wanted to suppress and kill them as soon as possible. At this moment, a figure stepped forward in the distance. It was very fast and looked like an illusory flower. It moved endlessly with each step. Lin Tian saw this scene and immediately widened his eyes. He saw an extraordinary acquaintance. "Old hoodlum, stop!" He shouted in that direction. In the distance, the figure that moved like an illusory flower stopped and looked back. He immediately let out a cry of surprise. Then he stepped in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. It was an old man in a gray robe. "Brat Lin, you've jumped into this world?" The old man looked at Lin Tiandao. It was none other than the unscrupulous old hoodlum that Lin Tian met in the emptiness, heavenly domain. "Senior, it's you." Ling Yun and White Tiger were shocked. They had both seen the old hoodlum and his means. It was very terrifying, and Shui, Baiziki, and the others looked at the old hoodlum with suspicion. They didn't know who the old hoodlum was. "This is..." And Shui asked White Tiger. "A very terrifying existence," White Tiger whispered to her. "He's not weaker than the previous Sakura." And Shui immediately widened her eyes. Not weaker than the Sakura. So terrifying. At the side, Baiziki and the others heard the White Tiger's voice and were naturally shocked. Lin Tian looked at the old hoodlum and asked, "What are you doing in this world?" He didn't think that an existence like the old hoodlum was just wandering around this world casually. There must be something going on. "Previously, I went to raid the old hoodlum's lair. In the end, I was chased back by that fellow when I was halfway through. He brought the 4 great guardians and chased me through dozens of worlds. After shaking them off, I felt that something extraordinary had appeared in this world, so I came over to take a look," the old hoodlum said. He tilted his head and looked towards the northwest of this world. His pair of old eyes couldn't help but squint. Baiziki and the others heard this, and all of them widened their eyes. This person in front of them went to raid the old hoodlum's lair. Lin Tian looked at the old hoodlum and secretly said, as expected in his heart, "Previously, when Sakura was fighting with Ao Jiantianzuan, he suddenly left with the 4 great guardians in a huff. It was really as he had guessed. It was this heartless old hoodlum in front of him who went to raid the old hoodlum's lair." Then he paused and saw the old hoodlum looking towards the northwest, with a beam of light shot up. "We're also on our way there." He asked, "That extraordinary thing you mentioned, it's there? What is it?" Hearing his question, Baiziki and Shui and the others couldn't help but look at the old hoodlum. To be able to be evaluated as extraordinary by an existence on the same level as the Sakura, it was enough to show that the thing that appeared in the northwest was priceless. "Order, heavenly crystal," the old hoodlum said, not hiding anything. "Order, heavenly crystal? Order?" Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. "What's that?" He had heard the word order from Wu Yi back then. It's a crystal condensed from order. After obtaining and refining it, one can control order in the future, the old hoodlum said as he stared in the northwest direction. His old eyes were full of brilliance. Since ancient times, there has only been one piece of that thing. Including the one that appeared in this world at this time, there are 2 pieces. It's a true world-defying, sacred treasure. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but be moved again, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Since ancient times, including the one here, there had only been 2 pieces in total. What kind of sacred item was this? Lin Tian was also shocked. Then he paused and asked, "Oh, right, old man, what is order? I asked Wu Yi before, but she didn't tell me." Hearing his question, Baiziki and the others also looked at the old hoodlum. They were shocked by the value of the order Heavenly Crystal. But, like Lin Tianyi, they didn't know what order was. Chapter 17:23. Lin Tian knew about the existence of order, but he did not know what it was. He was very curious about it. The old gangster naturally knew who Wu Yi was. He had met her in the Wonkong territory. He looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "That little girl didn't tell you what order is?" She must have thought that your realm is not high enough, so telling you would have a bad effect on your cultivation. She's quite considerate." Then he added, "But speaking of which, that little girl is a little scary, although her cultivation is only at the half-step divine emperor realm. If she really goes all out, even I would be scared." Lin Tian could not help but stare at him. "Old man, aren't you exaggerating a little? I know that she's very powerful, but no matter how powerful she is, she's still a half-step divine emperor. How could she scare you? You're at the peak divine emperor realm." He knew that Wu Yi was very strong. When she was at the half-step divine emperor realm, she could instantly kill a half-step divine emperor realm expert. Her fighting strength was shocking. However, he did not believe that Wu Yi could make a peak divine emperor realm expert tremble. After all, the gap between a half-step divine emperor realm and a peak divine emperor realm expert was 2 whole realms. Brat, don't doubt me. In this world, there are some people who are so strong that they can ignore the rules of the world. That little girl has a very pure aura of order, which means that she has already mastered the control of order. And to be able to master the control of order at that level, do you know what that means? It's the synonym of terror. The old gangster said, "This." Lin Tian was shocked. "The so-called order, is it that strong?" "Nonsense." The old hoodlum rolled his eyes. "You should know that under normal circumstances, only those who have reached the end of the God-Emperor realm can comprehend and control order. And this is only the most basic condition. In other words, it's not something that can be comprehended and controlled by those who have reached the end of the God-Emperor realm. For example, this old man hasn't comprehended order." As he spoke, he continued, "Since ancient times, there have been countless cultivators and countless geniuses in the myriad of worlds. However, as far as I know, there are only 5 people who have truly controlled order. One of them is that little girl. As for the other 4, 3 of them had to go through untold hardships at the end of the God-Emperor realm before being able to control order. Furthermore, they're not proficient in it yet." Lin Tian was shocked. In this world, including Wu Yi, only 5 people had comprehended order? Among them, 3 of them had only grasped and comprehended it when they were at the very end of the God-Emperor realm. Furthermore, they were not familiar with it yet. His control of order was far inferior to Wu Yi's. This made his heart tremble involuntarily. He had always thought that Wu Yi was very powerful, but now that he heard the old hooligan's words, he discovered that he had still underestimated Wu Yi. That quiet woman was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Beside them, Baiziki and Ling Yin couldn't help but be shocked. "That Wu Yi is so powerful." Ling Yan's heart palpitated. He also knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, but he didn't expect her to be this powerful. Just by listening to the conversation between Lin Tian and the old hooligan, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At the same time, Even and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu couldn't help but be shocked. They all knew that Wu Yi was at the half-step divine emperor realm, and they had seen Wu Yi's strength before. They knew that Wu Yi could kill a half-step divine emperor realm expert in an instant with her half-step divine emperor realm cultivation base. Even the legendary Grand Supreme and the others were afraid of her. However, at this time, when they heard the old hooligan's words, they couldn't help but tremble. As expected of Sister Wu Yi, so powerful. And Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ziyu pulled Lin Tian's sleeve and asked Lin Tiandao curiously, "Elder brother, who is that Wu Yi?" "Your sister's good friend," Lin Tian said to Ziyu. Ziyu's eyes lit up immediately. Elder sister's good friend? So powerful. Hearing that such a powerful person was her elder sister's good friend, she was very happy. Lin Tian's heart was not calm. He was really shocked by the old hooligan's words. According to the old hooligan, although Wu Yi's cultivation base was only at the half-step divine emperor realm, if she attacked with her full strength, she could kill a peak divine emperor realm expert. What kind of feeling was that? Just thinking about it was very scary. After a pause, he thought of something and asked the old hooligan, "Then, what about the other person who controlled the order?" The old hooligan mentioned that there were 5 people who controlled the order, but he only talked about 4 of them. He was curious about the other person. "That person, I don't think he's a person." The old hooligan rolled his eyes. It said that he controlled the order when he was only at the early divine king realm, and he was very skilled in it. When he was only at the early divine king realm, he killed a peak divine emperor realm expert. Lin Tian couldn't help but stare at him, and Shui, Ling Yin, and the others couldn't help but tremble. Who is that person?" White Tiger asked, feeling a little dry in his throat. He was only at the early divine king realm, but he could control the order that only peak divine emperor realm experts could comprehend. Moreover, he controlled more than one kind of order, and he killed a peak divine emperor realm expert when he was only at the early divine king realm. How terrifying was that? Lin Tian was shocked. He paused, and 2 words appeared in his mind. He looked at the old hooligan and said, "Human king." The old hooligan didn't say anything and just nodded. As expected, Lin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't know much about the myriad worlds, and he didn't know how many terrifying existences there were. However, among the big shots he knew, the human king was undoubtedly the strongest, because those experts he met all had a change of expression when they talked about the human king. Therefore, he thought that the person the old hooligan was talking about might be the human king. He didn't expect it to be true. That human king, who is he? It's simply, Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. It was the same as Lin Tianyi. Every time they heard the 2 words human king from the mouth of the strongest existences, those people would either be impressed, shocked, or have an ugly expression. All of them had the same reaction. The human king was very powerful. This kind of power seemed to be able to suppress all the experts until they couldn't breathe. In the end, what kind of power is that order? White Tiger asked. Hearing this, the group looked at the old hooligan again. Lin Tian was no exception. "We'll talk about it when you reach the true God realm or above. It's still too early to know now. This old man is thinking for you," the old hooligan said. Then he looked toward the northwest where the beam of light had shot up, and his eyes lit up. "It's the order heavenly crystal. It's a gain to be able to snatch it. After refining it, this old man can also try out that kind of power of order." As he spoke, he was about to rush over there. Lin Tianyi grabbed him. "Take us with you." "You guys want to go too?" The old hooligan looked at Lin Tian and said, "Brat Lin, this old man has to tell you that there will definitely be many terrifying people coming to that place in the future. It's very dangerous for you guys to go there. This old man may not be able to protect all of you. We won't go and fight for the Order Crystal, so we won't attract the attention of those terrifying people. It's just that we sense the aura of an old friend there, so we have to rush over," Lin Tiandao said. The old hooligan curled his lips. "You don't have the chance to fight for it, even if you want to. With your current small body, you can't even get close to that thing. What's there to fight for? What I mean is that there might be a very terrifying battle there later. If you guys go there, you won't even be able to withstand the aftershocks of the battle. If you're not careful, you'll end up with your body and soul destroyed. You still have to go." Lin Tiandao, his old friends were there, so he couldn't ignore them. "Do whatever you want. the old hooligan said. He wrapped Lin Tianyi and the others in divine light, and in a flash he stepped into the northwest direction of the world of dead souls. His realm was at the peak of the divine emperor realm, so his speed was naturally frighteningly fast. In an instant he had traveled an endless distance. He didn't even need to tear open a spatial tunnel. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the place where the divine light surged from. As far as the eye could see, this place was a huge canyon. At the center of the canyon, there was a fist-sized crystal of light, emitting an incomparably pure light. One could vaguely feel that the surrounding Daos were submitting to it. Is this the Order Crystal? Wuxing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just looking at the light crystal from afar, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Lin Tian was also moved when he looked at the light crystal. Then he couldn't help but tilt his head and look at the southeast direction. There, a black-robed young man with a sharp saber aura and a group of cultivators surrounded by evil energy were separated by a certain distance. Their gazes also fell on the Order Crystal in the center of the canyon, and their eyes were filled with shock. It seemed that the two sides were fighting at the beginning, but because of the sudden appearance of the Order Crystal, they couldn't help but stop fighting at this time. It's really him. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The group of cultivators surrounded by evil energy were undoubtedly cultivators from the world of dead souls, and the black-robed young man with a sharp saber was Yang Qi, an old friend he had made in the Ten Heavens domain. Yang Qi, he called out and took a step toward that direction. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun spoke one after another. The group, except for the old gangster, followed Lin Tian and stepped toward Yang Qi. Yang Qi heard Lin Tian and the others' voices and immediately turned his head to look. Then he was moved. "It's you guys!" Lin Tianyi and the others were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they came to Yang Qi's side. "Young man with a saber, why are you in this world?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. It was quite happy to meet an old friend in a different world. Lin Tian also looked at Yang Qi, somewhat curious. "I came here by accident," Yang Qi said, speaking as little as usual. "It's good that you're fine." Lin Tian smiled. Here, the group of cultivators from the world of dead souls who were originally targeting Yang Qi naturally saw Lin Tianyi and the others. However, at this time, their eyes were still fixed on the Order Crystal in the center of the canyon. They were really shocked by the aura of the light crystal. They could feel that it was a super divine treasure, and they all wanted to get it. However, these people were not weak. While they felt that the light crystal was extraordinary, they also felt a sense of threat, as if they would die if they approached it. Whoosh! It was also at this time that the old gangster moved. His mighty and supreme divine power rushed directly toward the Order Crystal. Chapter 1724. Something like the Order Heavenly Crystal was shockingly valuable. Even for an Emperor God powerhouse, it was a super rare treasure. At this time, the old hooligan directly stepped towards the Order Heavenly Crystal at an astonishing speed. It was obvious that he wanted to take it away. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook and the void split open. A sea of divine energy pressed down towards the old hooligan. Endless divine rings intertwined behind him. It was a tall figure with a monstrous aura. That Sakura came here? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. They had just met Sakura not long ago. Retreat! Lin Tian said in a low voice and called for the group to leave. At this time, they were too close to the canyon. If an existence like Sakura were to descend and wave his divine power to suppress the old gangster, there would definitely be a big confrontation later. If they were too close, they might suffer a great disaster if they weren't careful. For a moment, with him in the lead, the group moved back like lightning and crossed an endless distance in the blink of an eye. "You old thing, you actually followed me here." The old hooligan cursed. He swung his right hand, and a large amount of divine light went against the sky to meet Sakura's divine river of light. With a boom, the void in all directions was annihilated. Except for the place where the Order Heavenly Crystal was, the other places within a radius of 1,000 feet were directly destroyed. The group of World of Souls cultivators who had been targeting Yang Qi had been looking at the Order Heavenly Crystal in the canyon and had not left. At this time, they were affected and turned into ashes before they could even make a sound. All of them died. The collision of such figures is really terrifying. Lin Tianyi and the others had already retreated far away. The white tiger looked there and could not help but shrink its neck. Boom! In front, divine light was rolling. The aftermath of the collision between the old hooligan and Sakura spread out in all directions. Indra's divine halo revolved around him as though he was a saint. At this moment he appeared here. His gaze was completely focused on the Order Heavenly Crystal in the canyon. His eyes shone with dazzling divine light as he took a step forward. First come, first serve. Old thing, get out of my way. The old hooligan scolded and slapped him. Humph. Di Shirtian snorted and raised his hand to welcome the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided with each other, releasing an endless amount of light. This radiance was incomparably dazzling, but it was also incomparably dangerous. It was filled with a terrifying destructive power. Both of them had yet to comprehend the Order Heavenly Crystal. Both of them were determined to obtain the Order Heavenly Crystal, so they immediately began to fight. Boom! 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 The sky was shaking. The destruction energy interweaved into black lightning bolts, making crackling noises. The void there did not continue to shatter at this time, because the two of them were intentionally suppressing their power, only sending the absolute destructive power towards each other, not destroying the surroundings. This wasn't because they were worried about destroying the territory of this world. Instead, they were worried that the Order Heavenly Crystal here would be accidentally damaged. However, even so, the space there was still filled with a terrifying aura. Anyone with a bit of eyesight would be able to sense how terrifying that space was. I reckon that even if a middle-stage God Emperor gets close to it, he would be instantly crushed into pieces. Ling Yan's heart palpitated. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but he could also feel how terrifying that place was. He stared at it seriously, hoping that the old gangster could win. It was also at this time that a terrifying pressure descended. Above the sky where they were, for figures suddenly appeared. They were the 4 protectors of Sakura. They appeared together with Sakura and the others. At this time, they were staring at Lin Tianyi and the others. Or rather, they were mainly staring at little Taichu, who was beside Lin Tian. One of them directly attacked. A divine light palm stretched out, grabbing towards little Taichu, the descendant of the Celestial Spirit Emperor. If you obtain him, you will obtain the Celestial Spirit Empire. The God Emperor's aura was vast and mighty. For a moment, Lin Tianyi and the others couldn't move. They were suppressed by the majestic divine aura. You're courting death. In the canyon ahead, the old gangster was fighting with Sakura. However, he had been paying attention to Lin Tianyi and the others. At this time, he turned his head and directly threw out a killing light toward Sakura's protector. Your opponent is me, Sakura said coldly. The divine halo behind him surged and shone in all directions. It directly blocked the killing light that the old gangster threw out. The protector who attacked was wearing black armor. The divine light palm pressed down and really reached Lin Tian's head, grabbing towards little Taichu. Moreover, the killing power fell towards Lin Tian and also towards Wuxing Crocodile and the others. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Tianyi and the others while suppressing little Taichu. Clang! It was also at this time that an ear-piercing sword sound was vast and mighty. A cold sword light slashed from an unknown place at a shocking speed. With a swoosh, the divine light palm stretched out by Sakura's protector, who was wearing black armor, was immediately shattered. Moreover, the invisible sword wave spread out like ripples on water. It was unstoppable and directly landed on his body. Ah! With a piercing scream, This person exploded on the spot. Even his soul was shattered at the first moment. His body and soul were destroyed. Silently, a figure appeared in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. He was slender and had shoulder-length black hair. "Ao, ao, ao," whooshing crocodile stuttered a little. Lin Tian was also shocked. It was Ao Jian Tianzuan. He actually appeared at this place at this time. Yeah. Little Taichu looked around and didn't see the fairy spirit emperor, dragon emperor, and the 4 great immortal generals. He immediately shouted at Ao Jian Tianzuan, as if he was asking Ao Jian Tianzuan why the fairy spirit emperor, dragon emperor, and the other 4 great immortal generals didn't come together. Ao Jian Tianzuan obviously knew what the little guy meant. His voice was very calm and indifferent. They went somewhere else. "Ao Jian!" An angry roar sounded. The other 3 protectors of Sakura glared at Ao Jian Tianzuan. They were shocked and angry. The 4 great protectors were very close. Now, one of them had been killed by Ao Jian Tianzuan in an instant. However, no matter how angry they were, none of them rushed towards Ao Jian Tianzuan. This was because they were very clear about the gap between them and Ao Jian Tianzuan. If they really rushed forward, they would all be killed in the blink of an eye. Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't care about the 3 protectors at all. After answering the little guy's question, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. "Have we met before?" He paused and asked Lin Tian. He didn't feel any familiar aura from Lin Tian. However, he vaguely had some impression of him. He didn't care that Lin Tian had cultivated all the techniques that he and his fellow disciples had. Lin Tian was more or less surprised. He didn't expect such a peerless figure like Ao Jian Tianzuan to speak to him like this. Of course, he also knew that Ao Jian Tianzuan's so-called "have we met before" didn't include the time in the primordial immortal empire. He thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Back then, in a hidden space, I met with a wisp of sword intent that Senior left behind. It was also in that place that I learned the Ling Tian sword manual. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep. He seemed to have thought of something. God of Heaven Mountain, the 10 demonic veins. I still remember some of them. Ever since he reincarnated, before he recovered his memories, he had discovered the 10 demonic veins in the God of Heaven Mountain. They contained demonic souls. He couldn't bear to kill them, so he left behind the Ling Tian sword manual. He hoped that the demonic souls inside would cultivate the Ling Tian sword manual and eliminate their evil thoughts as they grew. At the same time, he also left a wisp of sword intent in them as a supervision. If the demonic souls inside grew stronger and still harbored endless killing intent instead of benevolence, the sword intent he left behind would directly erase them to prevent them from harming all living beings. However, that was only a wisp of sword intent he left behind before he recovered his memories. After he left it behind, only his previous thoughts were preserved. It didn't have much connection with his original body. Therefore, although the sword intent he left behind had seen Lin Tian as his original body, he didn't know anything about it. He only had a vague impression of it. "Junior Ao Jian!" A cold voice sounded. In the distance, Sakura looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan. His eyes were full of murderous intent. One of his powerful protectors died in the hands of Ao Jian Tianzuan, just like that. That was an Emperor God level elite. Ao Jian Tianzuan tilted his head to look at Sakura. He waved his hand behind him. A sword light materialized and enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others. It turned into a sword realm to protect Lin Tianyi and the others. Without the cultivation of a peak Emperor God, it was impossible to break it. In the next moment, he took a step forward. He didn't care about the other 3 protectors of Sakura and directly pressed toward Sakura. Clang! A glaring sword light materialized. The sword slashed the heavens and fell straight toward Sakura. The space in all directions was destroyed on the spot. He didn't care about the Order Heavenly Crystal being destroyed at all. He didn't care about the Order Heavenly Crystal at all. He just wanted to kill Sakura. This sword light was horrifying and unparalleled. It shocked the old gangster so much that he couldn't help but stare. The disciple of a human king is so strong. I hashtag yen. The old pervert brought out a group of little perverts. I'm really. As he spoke, he shouted at Ao Jien Tinzuin. Speaking of which, little fellow Ao Jien, be gentle. Don't destroy the Order Heavenly Crystal. As soon as he said that, Lin Tianyi and the others in the distance were moved. They couldn't help but stare at the old gangster. What era was this old guy from? An existence like Ao Jien Tinzuin was actually called a little fellow by him? Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and shook the heavens. Ao Jien Tinzuin's eyes were deep but also very sharp. Endless sword intent circled around him, slashing everything in the heavens. I'll destroy you. Sakura's voice was cold. The divine halo behind him emitted endless light. It turned into a galaxy and pressed down on Ao Jien Tinzuin. Ao Jien Tinzuin was neither happy nor sad, but his eyes were very sharp. His head of black hair danced wildly, and he directly slashed everything with his sword. The old gangster looked over. Little fellow Ao Jien, hold that old guy back. After I get the Order Heavenly Crystal, we'll work together to kill him. As he spoke, he rushed toward the Order Heavenly Crystal in the center of the canyon with a whoosh. Sakura was moved. He immediately gave up on Ao Jien Tinzuin and rushed toward the old gangster. Don't even think about it. He also wanted this Order Heavenly Crystal very much. His desire was even greater than the primordial immortal empire that contained endless power. How could he watch the old gangster get the Order Heavenly Crystal in front of him? He immediately rushed over. Clang! The peerless sword light blocked 30,000 miles. Ao Jien Tinzuin's sword fell and directly blocked it, slashing toward the space between the other party's eyebrows. Sakura was immediately shocked and furious when he was blocked. At this time, the old gangster directly came in front of the Order Heavenly Crystal. He raised his hand to grab the crystal with a joyful expression. It was also at this time that endless chaotic light rolled. A tall figure stepped out and directly suppressed the old gangster. King of Chaos! In the distance, Lin Tianyi was moved. This person also came. Chapter 1725. A tall figure stepped out of the void, his entire body surrounded by chaotic light. His aura was extremely overbearing, so strong that it made one's heart tremble. This caused Lin Tian to be shocked. The King of Chaos had actually come as well. This was also an existence at the peak of the Emperor God level. It's that old pervert. The white tiger trembled, and Ling Yin also trembled. They had all seen the King of Chaos back then, and it was terrifying. The old hooligan was naturally moved as well. He raised his hand and struck out a palm strike towards the King of Chaos. Old Chaos, why did you jump out to stir up trouble? Twice he was about to obtain the Order Heavenly Crystal, but was suddenly stopped by someone, which made him extremely angry. It's mine! The King of Chaos stared at the Order Heavenly Crystal with bright eyes. Clearly, he had never comprehended the power of order and was extremely thirsty for this Order Heavenly Crystal. Get lost, this is mine. The old hooligan cursed. Humph! The King of Chaos snorted coldly. Unparalleled chaotic light was vast and mighty, shaking the old hooligan and seizing the Order Heavenly Crystal. Such a scene caused Lin Tian to be shocked. Looking at this scene, he deeply felt the terror of order from the side. A piece of Order Heavenly Crystal could actually make a few peak Emperor gods fight over it like this. At the same time, he also experienced Wu Yi's strength even more. Other people fought for the Order Heavenly Crystal at the peak Emperor God level just to have a chance to control the power of order in the future. As for Wu Yi, he was already extremely proficient in controlling order when he was at the half-step divine emperor realm. How shocking was that? On the other side, Sakura's three protectors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the king of chaos appear. Previously, Ao Jian Tianzuan appeared. Together with the old hooligan, two peak emperor gods belonged to the same camp, while their heaven master was only one person, so he was more or less at a disadvantage. And now the Chaos King, who was on the same side as their heavenly master, had arrived. They didn't need to worry about their heavenly master anymore because, in terms of strength, both sides had reached a balance. They watched the battlefield from afar. At the same time, they glanced coldly at Lin Tiany's group. However, they did not attack Lin Tiany's group because they saw Lin Tiany's group surrounded by the sword domain. They could sense how terrifying the sword domain was. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to break through. If they tried to break through, it would only bring them bad luck. Boom! In front of them, there was a heaven-shaking clash of divine energies. Ao Jian Tianzuan versus Sakura. Old Hoodlum versus the Primal Chaos King. The might of the four peak deity emperors was vast and mighty in this region. That kind of aura was shocking to hear, and all living things in Daos were trembling before it. The King of Chaos waved his destructive chaotic light towards the old gangster. At the same time, he tilted his head to look at Ao Jian Tianzuan, who was fighting fiercely with Sakura. His pupils couldn't help but tremble slightly. That junior has actually reached the same height as us. Are you surprised, old Primal Chaos? Old Hoodlum waved his palm and released countless Dao seals. He teased, I heard that you old farts forced those few little fellows to the brink of death and forced them to reincarnate. Now they are as strong as you. As the two fought, divine light surged, shattering all 10 directions of the sky. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. As he fought with Old Hoodlum, he looked towards Ao Jian Tianzuan's direction. Suddenly, he raised his hand and waved his palm towards Ao Jian Tianzuan, who was fighting fiercely with Sakura. A chaotic heavenly river appeared and interweaved with boundless destructive power. It directly enveloped Ao Jian Tianzuan. F***CK. Old fart, you actually launched a sneak attack. Old Hoodlum cursed. Both of his hands moved together, forming a large divine light and divine patterns that pressed down on the King of Chaos. On the other side, Ao Jian Tianzuan was enveloped by the chaotic heavenly river during the crucial moment of his battle with Sakura. He immediately suffered great damage and staggered back. Half of his divine body directly collapsed. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked. He couldn't help but raise his guard. Instinctively, he didn't want Ao Jian Tianzuan to be injured. That kind of peak divine emperor actually launched a sneak attack. White Tiger said angrily. Boom! Boundless divine light was vast and mighty. The divine halo behind Sakura released an even stronger light, directly pressing down on Ao Jian Tianzuan. For a moment, boundless divine light pressed down, falling from all directions. Ao Jian Tianzuan quickly repaired his divine body. Towering sword lights interweaved around him, transforming into a rain of swords that welcomed the other party. However, because he was ambushed by the King of Chaos and suffered great damage, he gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. However, even so, his expression didn't change much. I was lucky to not die before the desolate ancient era. Now it's time to be destroyed. Sakura's eyes were cold, and his attacks were even fiercer. He looked ruthlessly at Ao Jian Tianzuan, who was at a disadvantage, and said, just like your little junior brother, disappear from this world forever. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep. Hearing these words, his originally calm gaze became extremely sharp in an instant. His black hair moved without wind, dancing wantonly. Boom! A terrifying aura rushed out from his body. The sword power was vast and mighty, as if it was going to split the sky and destroy the earth. As long as Master is alive and we are still here, our little junior brother won't die. His voice became extremely cold, mixed with clear anger, as if his reverse scale had been touched. In the next moment, the sword intent that surged out of his body became even more terrifying. In an instant, countless killing swords surged out, causing the entire world of souls to shake. It was as if the end of the world had arrived at this moment. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing sword sound was vast and mighty. Boundless sword lights vibrated like a rain of swords, pressing down on Sakura. There were too many of such sword lights, so much so that it was frightening. Moreover, the aura was extremely terrifying, causing Sakura to be immediately moved. The endless divine ring behind him revolved around his body, releasing an even stronger light. While protecting his body, it faced the endless killing swords that Ao, Jien, Tenzuin slashed out. However, Ao, Jien Tenzuin's attack was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the endless divine ring was shattered into pieces. In the next moment, the endless sword lights pressed down directly. Puff! 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 Blood sputtered and scattered in all directions. Sakura was pierced through by the swords one after another. In the blink of an eye, the peak Emperor God's body was pierced into a hornet's nest. Then his entire body exploded with a puff, and pieces of flesh and bones splattered all over the sky. Master Tion. In the distance, Sakura's 3 protectors' faces changed drastically. The old gangster and the King of Chaos were fighting together. At that moment, they were also moved. They were all shocked by Ao, Jien, Tenzuin's sword power at that moment. At the same time, further away, Lin Tianyi and the others who were protected by the sword realm were also trembling. They all felt a chill down their spines. So powerful. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but twinkle. The attack just now was too terrifying, as if it could really destroy everything. Beside him, Bai Ziqi and Shui, Ling Yun and the others were naturally shocked too. Their eyes were twinkling intensely. At the same time, they thought of another question. The 9 celestial masters have a junior brother? Ling Yin was surprised. Chapter 17:26. Up until now, Lin Tianyi and the others already knew that the 9 Empyreans of the 10 directions celestial domain were the reincarnations of peerless existences from before the desolate era. Moreover, they were fellow disciples of the mortal king. However, they didn't know that the 9 of them actually had a junior brother. The junior brother of the 9 Empyreans is the youngest disciple of the mortal king. Lin Tianyi muttered to himself. Suddenly, he recalled that the old hooligan had said before that the evil ancestor and Sakura had set up 108,000 layers of heaven-defying killing formations in an attempt to trap the mortal king. In the end, all of them were destroyed by the mortal king's finger. The evil ancestor and the others all suffered a great calamity, especially the evil ancestor. Just the remnant might of the mortal king's finger almost killed him. At that time, the mortal king sensed that his youngest disciple was in trouble and suddenly left. Otherwise, the evil ancestor and the others would have all been killed in the first instant. Now that he thought about it, the youngest disciple of the mortal king that the old hooligan was talking about was none other than the junior brother of the 9 Empyreans, the 10th disciple of the mortal king. The youngest junior brother of the 9 Empyreans, the youngest disciple of the mortal king. I wonder what kind of monstrous character he is. The white tiger mumbled. From what he knew so far, none of the mortal king's bloodline were simple characters. All of them were world-shaking, peerless existences. Boom! Boundless divine radiance surged as a torrential sword might surged, covering the entire world. Ao Jien, Tenzuin's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. Clearly he was enraged. The entire world of souls was trembling as if it would be completely destroyed in the next instant. Clang! The ear-piercing sword cry surged through the skies, extremely sharp and fierce. Sakra, who had just finished reconstructing his destroyed body, immediately fell into the endless destructive sword chi and was forced to retreat continuously. Such sword might could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. In the distance, the king of primal chaos who was fighting the old hooligan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The old hooligan slapped the king of chaos and curled his lips. Why are you provoking him? Although that little fellow wasn't as strong as Ao Jian Fengshin and the other 9 little fellows, and his aptitude wasn't as good as those 9 people who was doted on the most by the human king. Those 9 people also doted on that little fellow a lot. Now, isn't this crossing the line? He deserves to be struck. So what? Dead is dead. The king of chaos said coldly. A lowly ant trying to kill the heavens can only turn into dust in the end. The old gangster sneered. Is that so? Are you so sure that the little guy is dead? He said, the human king has disappeared for so many years, right? With that person's personality, if his most beloved disciple really died, would he remain silent and do nothing? How could this world be so peaceful? If that little fellow had really died, this world would have long been enveloped in the fury of the human king. The king of chaos's eyes were deep and cold. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the old hooligan's words were very reasonable. Clang! The power of the sword surged, and the sword radiance filled the sky, while Ao Jian Tianzuan wielded the endless killing sword to kill Sakra. A large amount of absolute killing sword surged and enveloped the king of chaos as well. This kind of sword radiance was very oppressive. Even someone as strong as the king of chaos couldn't help but change his expression. He immediately propped up the endless chaotic light to meet Ao Jian Tianzuan's killing sword. However, because he was fighting with the old gangster, he naturally fell into a dilemma when he met Ao Jian Tianzuan's killing sword that was filled with coldness and anger. He was directly pierced by a large amount of sword radiance. The divine blood of chaos was scattered all over the sky. The old gangster couldn't help but laugh. This is called reciprocation, old chaos. Does Ao Jian's sword radiance feel good? The king of chaos's expression was ugly. His eyes became extremely cold as he looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan ruthlessly. He directly wielded the endless chaotic light to suppress Ao Jian Tianzuan. Together with Sakra, they were attacking Ao Jian Tianzuan. Are you treating this old man as a decoration? The old gangster glanced at the order Heavenly Crystal at the center of the canyon. His gaze then landed on the king of chaos before sweeping across Sakra. He said, I'll deal with the both of you together first. With a hong, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. His divine might suppress the world. He began working together with Ao Jian Tianzuan to attack Sakra and the king of chaos. Their killing light was frightening to the extreme. Lin Tianyi and the others watched this battle from afar. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. After all, this was a battle between 4 peak god emperors. Furthermore, all of them had descended with their true bodies. The strength of their divine might was sufficient to destroy everything. At this moment, if not for the protection of the sword world left behind by Ao Jian Tianzuan, it would be impossible for the group to stand here. They could not withstand such a terrifying aura at all. Too horrifying. Whooshing crocodile trembled. Not only it, even the 3 early stage god emperor protectors of Sakra could not help but tremble when they faced such an aura. They retreated time and time again. They could not withstand such ripples. Hong! 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 In front of them, the 4 peak god emperors clashed. For different types of energy surged, causing the world to tremble continuously. The entire death world and countless living beings fell into a state of panic at this moment. Come! The sound of the sword vibrated. Ao Jian Tianzuan was filled with anger and coldness at this moment. His attacks were swift and fierce to the extreme, forcing the King of Chaos and Sakura to use their full strength. As for the old scoundrel, he naturally could not hold back his strength and used his full strength as well. For a moment, this entire place turned into a battlefield of destruction, other than the place where the Order Heavenly Crystal was deliberately avoided. The other places were collapsing inch by inch. Finally, the destructive energy became even stronger. It turned into a destructive storm that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The few God Emperor protectors, who were as strong as Sakura, paled in fright at this moment. They were directly swept away by this destructive storm. No one knew where they landed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the expression of Lin Tian and the others changed. At this moment, the sword realm left behind by Ao, Jian, Tianzuan began to tremble. Cracks began to appear. Then, in the next moment, with a caw sound, the sword realm shattered. The violent wind swept. The group of people lost the protection of the sword realm. They were immediately swept away by the frightening wind and waves, sweeping them far away. At the same time, the destructive energy carried by this wind and waves directly pressed down. The old scoundrel and Ao, Jian, Tianzuan tilted their heads at the same time. Each of them struck out a divine light that enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others at the same time, isolating them from the destructive energy in the wind and waves. However, it did not stabilize them. They were still swept away by this wind and waves. Brat, leaving this place is the safest choice, the old scoundrel muttered to himself. In the next moment, he and Ao, Jian Tianzuan once again let go of their hands and feet. They fought against the King of Chaos and Sakura. Their killing intent and Tao light suppressed all directions. Lin Tianyi and the others were swept away by the terrifying wind and waves. In an instant, they drifted far away. After an unknown amount of time, the destructive wind and waves disappeared. They stabilized their bodies at the same time. I thought we were done for. White Tiger swallowed his saliva. If it weren't for those two, we would have died. Lin Tiandao. The destructive wind and waves just now were really terrifying. They contained an endless destructive aura. If it weren't for the old scoundrel and Ao, Jian Tianzuan, who protected them with divine power, they would definitely have been destroyed in the first place. Baiziki and the others nodded. The situation just now was indeed very dangerous. If it weren't for the old scoundrel and Ao, Jian Tianzuan, they would have been crushed by the wind and waves in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Shocking divine power surged in the northwest. An entire world of souls shook even more violently. Lin Tianyi and the others were in this position, completely far away from the northwest, far away from the place where the old scoundrel and the others were fighting. At this time, they could no longer see the scene there. However, they could not help but look in that direction. Their eyes were all shining. Who do you think will get the Order Heavenly Crystal in the end? Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tianyi frowned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. It's hard to say. In that position, the old scoundrel, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, the King of Chaos, and Sakura were about the same in strength. It was really difficult to judge which side would get the Order Heavenly Crystal. Order Heavenly Crystal, an immortal treasure that even peak God Emperors yearn for. It would be great if Master Tiger could get one. White Tiger's eyes lit up. Lin Tiandao said, "You can go there and fight for it." White Tiger's face immediately darkened. Get lost. For peak God Emperors were fighting there. How dare it go there? Lin Tianyi ignored it and continued to look in the northwest. In that position, peerless divine power was rolling, and the sky had turned pitch black. For peak God Emperors were fighting, and the divine power was terrifying. Lin Tianyi and the others looked at that place from afar. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Suddenly, there was an additional divine power in that place. At the same time, there was an exasperated shout. The world of souls shook even more violently, and the aura of destruction became even more terrifying. Then, in the next moment, the world of souls shook again and suddenly calmed down. In that direction, the destructive divine power disappeared, and the sky returned to its original state. It was no longer as dark and terrifying as before. Those people, they're gone? They're not in this world anymore. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Lin Tianyi nodded. It seems so. At this moment, the northwest direction became calm. There was no longer the destructive divine power interweaving. Even the sky returned to its original state, and the world of souls was no longer shaking. Obviously, the old hooligan, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, and the others had left. White Tiger looked at that position from afar and paused. He could not help but ask, "Who obtained the Order Crystal?" The group of people shook their heads. No one could say for sure about this matter. Speaking of which, we should have asked Senior Ao, Jian Tianzuan, to send us out of this world. With that senior strength, he should be able to do this with a raise of his hand. Ling Yin said, "Now it's really troublesome for us to leave this world with our own strength. At that time, we didn't have the time to think about leaving. We were more concerned about the battle between those people." Lin Tiandao. Ling Yin thought for a moment. "Oh, that's true. All right, don't worry about that. Leaving this world might be a little troublesome, but it's not a big deal. At least we're not in any danger right now, and we're not in a hurry to do anything important. Being trapped in this world, the cultivators of the world of souls might all be our enemies. Then, we'll use this world as a training ground and let our strength rise all the way." Lin Tianyi said, Chapter 1727. Currently, the group was living in the world of souls. If they wanted to leave this world, they would have to reach the heavenly god realm and forcefully tear open the sealed world barrier to leave. Otherwise, they would have to sneak into the dozens of capital cities of the world of souls and use the world teleportation array to leave. Both of these were extremely difficult. Therefore, after this, they would probably stay in the world of souls for a period of time. And because they had killed a group of world of souls cultivators, the next realm master of the world of souls, Yin Shang, had found out and offended him. Once the cultivators of the entire world of souls discovered them, they would probably target them. It could be said that they were basically enemies everywhere in the world of souls. However, Lin Tian didn't care much about this. It didn't matter if they couldn't leave in a short period of time. They didn't have anything urgent to do. He could bring Ziyu to find the Violet Fairy at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry. And most of the cultivators in this world would target them. It wasn't a big deal. He treated it as an experience. Roar. Elo. The roars of beasts echoed. Because the world of souls had calmed down, many ferocious beasts became active again. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others were in a desolate mountain. The demonic qi in the air was very dense, and they could see many ferocious beasts in the old forest. There were even ferocious beasts fighting. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart echoed as a huge, ferocious beast pounced towards the group. Its wings were dozens of feet wide, casting a large shadow on the ground, enveloping Lin Tianyi and the others. It's comparable to a half-step immortal king. Ling Yin was moved. Lin Tian looked up and directly slapped it. With a puff, it was smashed into pieces. Now he was at the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm. He was a reincarnated body and had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. His current physical strength was not inferior to a mid-stage immortal king expert. It was easy for him to smash a ferocious beast comparable to a half-step immortal king with a slap. Ling Yin and the others didn't care about this because they knew how strong Lin Tian was now. Yang Qi, who had seen Lin Tian again after so many years, wasn't surprised either. He knew about Lin Tian's physique. With Lin Tian's physique, it wasn't difficult for him to achieve this at the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm. What should we do next? Whooshing Crocodile asked. My priority is to increase my cultivation. The white tiger bared its teeth and looked at Lin Tiandao. Brat, activate that dragon burial scripture with all your might. Go and search for the immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tau crystal, and increase the speed of your cultivation. This was what Whooshing Crocodile had said when they were in the immortal domain. Immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tau crystal are very rare. Even immortal kings would be jealous if they saw them. How could they be so easy to find? Lin Tian glanced at it. The white tiger rolled its eyes. I'm just saying. Lin Tian didn't say anything else, thinking about what to do next. It was also at this moment that Yang Qi suddenly spoke. It said that the immortal dragon marrow was discovered in the nether ridge of this world. Hearing his words, Lin Tian was immediately moved. At the same time, Bai Ziki and Shui and the others were also slightly shocked. The white tiger and Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and their gazes fell on Yang Qi. Saber Boy, are you sure? How do you know that the immortal dragon marrow exists in the nether ridge? Whooshing Crocodile was a little excited. The immortal dragon marrow was very shocking, and it was very useful to them now. After entering this world, I accidentally heard a group of cultivators from the world of dead souls who were rushing to the nether ridge discussing this matter. Yang Qi said. Lin Tian heard this and was slightly moved. He thought of something. Those cultivators from the world of dead souls chased after you because you didn't want the news to leak out, so they wanted to kill you. That's right. Yang Qi nodded. His words were very concise. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. This was really an unexpected gain. Boy Lin, did you see that? The immortal dragon marrow has appeared. White Tiger's eyes became extremely bright. Hurry up, go and dig it out. But so many days have passed. Could it be that the immortal dragon marrow has been obtained? And Shui said. Lin Tian pondered and said, it shouldn't be. The place where the immortal dragon marrow is located is usually surrounded by an amazing situation. It's easy to find the aura of the immortal dragon marrow, but to break the situation and take the immortal dragon marrow, even a true god expert who is not good at the pattern of heaven and earth would have to spend more than half a month to get it. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and rush over. White Tiger said. They didn't have any experts above the true god realm, but Lin Tian himself had mastered the dragon burial scripture. It could be said that he was a powerful figure in the pattern of heaven and earth. As long as he found the location of the immortal dragon marrow, he would be able to easily take it out. That was a precious treasure. Lin Tian nodded and didn't hesitate. He immediately called out to the group and headed towards the nether ridge of the world of souls. The nether ridge was somewhat famous in the world of souls. When he searched the sea of consciousness of a world of souls cultivator, he learned a lot of things from it, including the coordinates of the nether ridge. Their speed was very fast, and the nether ridge happened to be not too far away from their current location. So, after about 6 hours, they arrived at the periphery of the nether ridge. Looking around, the ancient trees in the nether ridge were sparse, and the soil was a little red and black. Wisps of black mist floated in the air. It felt as if it was a land of the underworld. Kid, do you feel the aura of the immortal dragon marrow? Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian looked at the nether ridge and opened his eye of illusion breaker. Dragon patterns surrounded his eyes as he sized up the entire nether ridge. After about 10 breaths, a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. Let's go, follow me, he said in a deep voice as he walked at the front. He directly stepped into the nether ridge and headed towards the north of the nether ridge. Just now, he used his eye of illusion breaker to observe the foundation of the entire nether ridge. He only found an astonishing earth vein pattern in the north of the nether ridge. From this, he deduced that the immortal dragon marrow that existed in the nether ridge must be in that position. Bai Ziki and the others followed behind him. Their speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance and arrived at the north of the nether ridge. When they arrived here, a valley appeared in front of them. There was a white mist floating in the valley. It seemed a little cold, but it was mixed with a very strong immortal aura. When they arrived here, Lin Tian stared at the valley in front of him. His eyes flashed with a bright light. "I feel it. There is indeed the fluctuation of the immortal dragon marrow in the valley ahead," he said, hearing him say this, and Shui and the others' eyes lit up. "Let's go in and get it." Wuxing Crocodile clenched his claws and said. Lin Tian nodded and immediately led the group into the valley. In the blink of an eye, they entered the valley and walked through the white mist, heading towards the depths of the valley. The air in the valley was very cold and oppressive. At the same time, there was a lot of residual divine aura in the air. Among them, there was a weak divine might. There are experts above the true God level here. Chapter 1728. There were dozens of waves of divine power in the air, intertwined with a faint divine aura. It was obvious that an expert above the level of a true God had come to this place and left behind a faint divine aura. The divine aura is not very strong. It should be an early-stage true God expert. Wuxing Crocodile naturally felt the divine aura floating in the air and deduced. And Shui frowned. True God level we are now. Little Taichu was the strongest in their group, at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. With such strength, it was obvious that he could not fight against a true God expert. "It's okay, don't worry," Lin Tian said. This place had very complicated natural runes intertwined under the ground, containing the majestic power of the ley lines. With the dragon burial scripture and his current cultivation, he could mobilize the power of the ley lines to fight. He was not afraid of a true God cultivator. He called Baiziki and the others and continued to go deeper into the valley. The deeper they went, the thicker the white mist in the air, and the colder the temperature became. In the blink of an eye, the group went further into the valley. At this time, a shocking divine power came from the front. The air shook, and the Yin power swept across the sky. It was very oppressive. Looking ahead, the white mist in front of them rolled and was dispersed by the powerful Yin power. There were dozens of figures there, and one of them was a brown-haired old man with Yin mist around his body. He was solving something. Early stage true God. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the old man from afar and narrowed his eyes. The divine aura from before was left by this person. What is he solving? Ling Yun asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked ahead and opened his eye of illusion breaker. The immortal dragon marrow is in the depths of the valley, surrounded by dragon flame chi. Together with the rich ley lines, there are killing formations and illusions. He is solving a killing formation. Who is it? At this time, a cold shout came from the front. The true God expert among the dozens of figures sensed the aura of Lin Tian and the others. He turned his head, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Lin Tian's expression changed. The golden divine light enveloped the group, and they quickly moved dozens of feet away to avoid the 2 beams of light that shot out from the other party's eyes. With a hiss, the spot where they had been standing was directly struck by the 2 streaks of light. A large area of land silently disappeared, and a large portion of space was directly annihilated. This made the group of people feel apprehensive. The White Tiger said with a trembling voice, "True deity-level experts are terrifying after all. Just their eyes alone are already this powerful." In front of them, as the true divinity, rank, brown-haired old man discovered Lin Tian's group. The other several dozen cultivators also noticed Lin Tian's group. Human. The dozens of cultivators were all from the world of souls. Their eyes were cold. The cultivators in this world only had one clan. There were no other so-called clans or forces. Just like the netherworld race in the 9th heaven of the 10 directions heaven domain. At this time, they were all looking at Lin Tian and the others with hostility and killing intent. At the same time, they saw Yang Qi. "It's you. He wasn't killed." Sure enough, he leaked the news of the immortal dragon marrow and brought people here. Are they his accomplices? These people knew Yang Qi. Because Yang Qi accidentally heard about the immortal dragon marrow, he sent several dozen other experts to kill Yang Qi. Kill them, the brown-haired old man said coldly. Yes, one of the several dozen cultivators from the world of souls responded. It was a half-step immortal king. He directly stepped toward Lin Tianyi's group and attacked mercilessly. Endless divine power enveloped Lin Tianyi's group at the same time. For a time, the entire void in this place could not help but tremble, and many places directly cracked. Lin Tian was at the front of the group. He directly raised his hand and slapped, shattering all the divine power that the man had released. Then it landed on the man's body. Amidst a scream of shock and anger, the man was directly smashed into pieces with a puff, and even his divine soul was annihilated. For a time, the expressions of the other dozens of cultivators from the world of souls changed. The person who attacked was a half-step immortal king, but now he was killed so easily. He's just a mid-stage celestial immortal, but he actually has such power. An immortal king from the world of souls said coldly. He was the strongest person in this place, except for the brown-haired old man. After saying that, he immediately stepped out and directly charged toward Lin Tian. This was a mid-stage immortal king expert. His divine power was terrifying. Lin Tian did not face the attack head-on. He looked at the little Taichu and said, "Little guy, destroy his divine soul and leave his body behind." This was an immortal king expert. The power contained in his body was very strong. Leaving his body behind to cultivate with the saint refining treasure technique was enough to be comparable to an astonishing, heavenly treasure. Yeah, the little Taichu obviously understood what he meant. He responded in a childish voice and flapped his wings slightly. The six-colored divine light was vast and mighty, directly annihilating the opponent's divine power. At the same time, the six-colored divine power turned into a killing arrow and pierced into the opponent's sea of consciousness. With a scream, the divine soul in the opponent's sea of consciousness was directly destroyed, causing the light of life in the opponent's eyes to rapidly fade away, leaving only an intact flesh shell. For a time, the dozens of cultivators from the world of souls in this place changed again. One of their immortal kings was killed so easily. They looked at the little Taichu and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Mid-stage immortal king. The brown-haired old man at the early stage of the true God realm narrowed his eyes. At this time, he temporarily stopped breaking the earth vein killing trap in front of him. His gaze fell on the little Taichu, and he looked very cold as he walked forward step by step. Lord Luo is going to take action personally. Lord Luo is at the true God realm. The strongest among them is only at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. They will all be wiped out in the blink of an eye. How hateful! 2 of our world's experts died in their hands just like that. These cultivators from the world of souls obviously didn't know that Lin Tianyi and the others had offended the next realm lord of the world of souls, Yin Shang. This was because they had come to this place a few days ago. At this time, their eyes were filled with coldness because 2 of their people were killed here. Lord Luo will avenge them, wipe them all out, and then take away the immortal dragon marrow here. The dozens of cultivators from the world of souls looked at Lin Tian and the others with ruthless eyes. It was also at this time that the brown-haired old man at the true God realm made his move. He didn't seem to make any special movements, but the void was directly distorted. Divine power intertwined, and a sea of divine power appeared behind him. It pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others mightily, intertwining with terrifying destructive power. Facing this sea of divine power, Baiziki and Shui and the others' eyes turned cold. They definitely couldn't block such an attack. Whooshing Crocodile shrunk his neck and said to Lin Tiandao, "Kid, we're counting on you." Lin Tian nodded. His right leg lightly stomped on the ground. In an instant, the entire ground began to shake. A vast expanse of white light surged out from the ground, greeting the brown-haired old man's divine power ocean. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Rumble! An intense sound reverberated like the roar of thunder. The sea of divine power that the brown-haired old man had unleashed was crushed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Moreover, an astonishing force swept out, and with a bang, the old man was pushed back dozens of feet. My lord! The dozens of cultivators from the world of souls all changed their expressions. The brown-haired old man was an expert at the early stage of the true God realm, but now his sea of divine power was crushed by a cultivator at the intermediate stage of the fairy immortal realm, and he was pushed back dozens of feet. He can really block it. That's amazing. White Tiger's eyes widened. He knew that Lin Tian controlled the dragon burial scripture, and Lin Tian had previously hinted that he could use the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the power of the earth veins here to fight. So he didn't need to fear the experts at the true God realm. However, when he saw this scene at this time, he couldn't help but be shocked. On the opposite side, the brown-haired old man at the true God realm stabilized his body. His eyes fell on Lin Tian, and there was obvious shock in his eyes. His expression was not good. What did you do? This is not your power. He could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the fairy immortal realm. It was impossible for him to use such a powerful attack. There's no need to tell you. Lin Tiandao, the brown-haired old man's eyes turned cold. Then I'll kill you directly. With a boom, the divine power emitted from the old man's body instantly increased by hundreds of times. Once again, it crushed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. When he came to this place, he had already imprinted dragon patterns underground. He had already built a miniature dragon burial array underground. At this time, he activated the dragon burial array and mobilized more power of the earth veins, forming dozens of earth vein dragons. Roar! The dozens of dragons roared, and an almost real dragon's power appeared. It pressed down on the brown-haired old man mightily. In the blink of an eye, it crushed the divine power that the old man had summoned. The old man was knocked back 1,000 feet away, and blood essence spurted out from his mouth. This scene undoubtedly caused the dozens of World of Dead Souls cultivators to change their expressions. The brown-haired old man was also shocked. This was because he had used 90% of his power, but it was still blocked by Lin Tian. Moreover, he was injured by the impact. Damn it! His voice was cold. With a boom, endless Tao light gushed out from his body. Majestic divine power intertwined, causing the void in this place to shake. When this aura appeared, Bai Ziki, Lingyan, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Divine path! Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice. His expression became serious. The divine path law was a little scary. Lin Tian naturally felt the terror of this fluctuation. It was very scary, but his expression didn't change at all. He activated the dragon burial scripture to the limit. At the same time, he activated the natural celestial way as well. With this natural celestial way and the dragon burial scripture, he mobilized more and more power of the earth veins. At the same time, other forces of heaven and earth surged and surrounded him. In the next moment, a 7-foot-long divine power sword aura was condensed. Slash! His voice was calm. The divine power sword aura formed by the combination of the dragon burial scripture and the natural celestial way was intimidating. Before the brown-haired old man could attack, it directly pressed down on him. With a sizzling sound, the void in all directions collapsed. The brown-haired old man's expression changed when he saw the sword. You! Poof! Chapter 1729. Blood splattered everywhere. The brown-haired old man was cut into pieces by Lin Tian's sword, which shocked the dozens of cultivators in the world of souls. Even Bai Ziki and the others were shocked again. He seemed to have used the immortal path just now. The natural immortal path caused the power of the dragon burial scripture to increase qualitatively. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. This kid comprehended the natural immortal path. Could it be that he wanted to use it with the dragon burial scripture to increase his combat power? Ah! A furious roar rang out. The bloody mist and pieces of flesh that splattered in the void wriggled and merged together in the blink of an eye. The brown-haired old man reformed his physical body. After reforming his physical body, he looked at Lin Tian again. This early-stage true god expert's face became even uglier. His eyes were extremely cold. "I'll kill you," he roared in a low voice. His killing intent was sharp and fierce. He truly began to use his full strength. Divine power and divine path rolled at the same time, almost suppressing all directions. Lin Tian snorted lightly. He stomped his right leg on the ground, and countless dragon tattoos appeared in the surrounding space. They soared into the sky and quickly condensed into a dragon tattooed prison, trapping the brown-haired old man. The dragon-patterned prison shone, instantly causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. The brown-haired old man, who was trapped inside, trembled violently. The divine power and divine light that surged out of his body were annihilated in the blink of an eye. This was one of the great arts of the dragon burial scripture. At this time he activated it, activating it with the dragon burial great formation, complementing it with the natural immortal Tao, forcibly borrowing the boundless earth veins' overall situation power and the power of heaven and earth in all directions, truly producing a true deity cage, suppressing everything in all directions. You, the brown-haired elder, looked at Lin Tian. He was both shocked and furious, and a chill ran down his spine. This was because the current situation was undoubtedly extremely bad. The power released by the interweaving dragon-pattern cage was too powerful. It was as if a part of the world was suppressing this place, and he was practically directly imprisoned. Lin Tian raised his hand to form a seal, and the intertwining light of the dragon-mark cage shone even brighter. In the next moment, his sea of consciousness glowed, and the strange phenomenon of the yin-yang lotus sea appeared. The four-symbol seal was activated, and all of them were activated by the dragon burial scripture and the natural immortal Tao. They directly pressed down on the brown-haired old man in the dragon burial cage, sinking into his sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. Ah! The brown-haired old man screamed in agony. The yin-yang lotus sea and the four symbols sealing divine art entered his sea of consciousness and attacked his divine soul directly, causing him to be in extreme pain. He felt a great threat and began to struggle violently. "You can't stop me here." Lin Tiandao. He stood where he was and shook his right leg. The great dragon burial array imprinted under the ground of this place was activated at full force. A total of 99 earth vein dragons appeared and swept toward the dragon burial cage, instantly suppressing the brown-haired old man's resistance. No. The ear-piercing scream was filled with shock, anger, and fear. In the next moment, the great dragon burial array and the great dragon imprisonment technique released endless divine light at the same time. The brown-haired old man's divine soul was annihilated, leaving only an intact flesh shell. He fell to the ground with a thud, and the luster of life in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. The place fell into a dead silence. The dozens of cultivators from the world of souls, by Ziki and Shui, and the others couldn't help but look shocked. He really killed him. The white tiger widened its eyes. It couldn't help but be shocked that a true god was killed so quickly with the dragon burial scripture and the natural immortal Tao. On the opposite side, the dozens of cultivators from the world of souls couldn't help but tremble. How is this possible? The dozens of cultivators were terrified. A true god expert from their world was killed so easily in this place. Moreover, he was killed by a cultivator in the middle stage of the celestial immortal realm. These cultivators looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble for a moment. They staggered backward and then rushed into the distance at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, they chose to escape, because one of their true gods was killed. If they didn't escape, they would definitely die. However, in the next moment, as these people charged towards the distance, the space in the area they passed suddenly warped, while numerous rays of light of slaughter appeared abruptly, and they were swift and fierce to the extreme as they swept towards the surroundings. Ah! Miserable cries rang out immediately. None of the dozens of cultivators from the world of souls who had escaped were spared. They were all obliterated in body and soul by the killing light. This is the whooshing crocodile widened its eyes. At this moment, no one in this place, including Lin Tian, made a move. Lin Tian looked in that direction and said, "You've triggered a small killing trap in the earth vein here. No one below the immortal king realm can stop you." As he said this, he didn't care. He raised his hand and grabbed the body of the brown-haired old man. This was something he had deliberately preserved. After all, this was a true deity-level expert. The essence energy contained within the flesh shell was extremely shocking. With the Saint Refinement Precious technique refining it, it was enough to increase their group's strength by a large amount, making their bodies even stronger. He kept the corporeal body of the brown-haired old man and the corporeal body of the celestial king expert. Then he called Baiziki and the others and continued to head towards the depths of the valley. This valley was intertwined with a huge earth vein. There were many illusory formations and many killing traps. Moreover, they were all very shocking. They were enough to threaten a half-step true god expert. However, Lin Tian controlled the dragon burial scripture and had an amazing ability to deal with the earth vein. It wasn't difficult for him to deal with these illusory formations and killing traps. Soon they were far away. At this time, a black pool appeared in front of them. The entire pool was slowly rising with white fog. It was a little cold, but it was also filled with extremely shocking spiritual power and immortal qi. It seemed to be nurturing all possibilities. Lin Tian opened his delusion breaker divine eye. Dragon patterns intertwined in it, and he instantly saw through the surface of the black pool to the bottom. There was a huge white jade crystal surrounded by the dragon qi of heaven and earth. Found it. A flash of light flashed across his eyes. Then he asked Baiziki and the others to retreat. He went forward himself. Clang, clang, clang. The immortal dragon marrow was intertwined with the earth vein. The killing trap was the most terrifying. As Lin Tian approached, a terrifying killing light rushed up. Its power was so strong and overbearing that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Baiziki and Shui and the others' expressions changed. Lin Tian's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. He operated the dragon burial scripture to the limit. Together with the natural immortal Tao, he quickly broke through this frightening killing trap. He came to the black pool and used the dragon burial scripture to form a giant dragon palm to grab the white jade crystal at the bottom of the pool. In an instant, as the white jade crystal was grabbed, the surrounding space was filled with a shocking dragon qi of heaven and earth. Baiziki and Shui, Yang Qi, and the others were shocked. This is the immortal dragon marrow. White Tiger was excited. Chapter 1730. The white jade crystals intertwined with the dragon qi that filled the sky. It was extremely shocking and rich, causing the group of people to instantly feel that their pores were about to open up. All of them could not help but reveal shocked expressions, and their eyes lit up. It's really the immortal dragon marrow. Whooshing Crocodile was excited. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, born under the black pool, surrounded by the surroundings. This was indeed the immortal dragon marrow. It could directly increase one's cultivation, condense immortal qi and immortal Tao law, and cleanse one's life origin and divine soul. There were many benefits. At this time, the immortal dragon marrow in his hand was the size of a wash basin. It could be said that its value was shocking. If they divided it evenly and refined it, they would all be able to obtain great benefits. At least, they would be able to increase their cultivation by a small level. Let's go. Let's leave this place and find a place to cultivate, he said. Immediately he called Baiziki and Shui and the others to leave this place. Not long after, they entered a primitive mountain and found a very hidden place. He personally divided the wash basin-sized immortal dragon marrow with dragon patterns and distributed it to the group of people. Among them, he gave the most to Shui because Shui was still a half-step celestial immortal. Previously, when they used the saint refining precious technique to refine the 2 immortal king shells, and Shui did not participate in the refining with that kind of precious technique. His group had a smaller share because they were all at the heavenly immortal realm. Also, he still had the body of a true divine level expert and a mid-stage immortal king with him. With the help of the saint refinement treasure art, they would be able to refine the immortal dragon marrow, allowing their cultivation bases to rise by a large amount, allowing them to become even stronger. Start cultivating. He engraved dozens of sealing formations in this place, isolating all the aura in this place from the outside world. Then he said to the group of people. Then the group sat down cross-legged at specific locations, and Shui only refined the immortal dragon marrow. He, Baiziki, and the others refined the immortal dragon marrow while using the saint refinement treasure technique to refine the flesh shell of the true god expert and the flesh shell of the mid-stage immortal king expert. The little Taichu did not refine them together. Instead, it stood guard for the group. This was because the little guy had obtained the entire primordial immortal empire. It could be said that it was a super huge divine treasure. Other natural treasures were meaningless to it. As the group of people began to cultivate, strands of dazzling divine light intertwined in this place, illuminating the surroundings. The divine power and demonic light mixed together, creating a dense and intimidating scene. Buzz! Lin Tian circulated the Heart Sutra of the Sun. While refining the immortal dragon marrow, he also used the saint refining treasure technique to refine the flesh shell of the true god expert and the intermediate immortal king expert. Golden divine light surrounded his body. His essence, chi, and spirit became stronger rapidly. At the same time, his cultivation base also rose rapidly. Moreover, at this time he also began to comprehend his own Tao. He comprehended the thunder immortal Tao and the nature immortal Tao. More importantly, he was naturally comprehending the nameless Tao in his body. This Tao was comprehended and controlled when he was half a step into the great Tao realm. It was vast and hazy and possessed extremely shocking power. However, until now, he still did not know what Tao it was. He wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible. He had a feeling that once he used his own strength to comprehend and understand the Tao of this nameless Tao, then his strength would definitely experience a huge qualitative increase. Buzz! As he cultivated with the help of the immortal dragon marrow and the flesh shell of the true god expert and the immortal king expert, and as he comprehended his own movement Tao, the aura he exuded became even more shocking. The speed of his cultivation base also became faster. Just like that, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days later, on this day, a powerful divine power rushed out of his body. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the heaven immortal realm from the middle stage of the heaven immortal realm. His essence, chi, and spirit had become much stronger. The divine power in his body surged. The strength of his flesh shell and the strength of his divine soul had increased significantly. At this time, there was still a lot of immortal dragon marrow left. There was also a lot of essence contained in the flesh shell of the true god expert and the immortal king expert. After a pause, he continued to refine the remaining immortal dragon marrow. At the same time, he continued to operate the saint refinement precious technique. He sacrificed the essence contained in the 2 powerful flesh shells to his body, causing the strength of his body and cultivation base to increase rapidly. During this cultivation process, He could not help but admire the Emperor of the 10 Directions, Heavenly Domain, who had created this precious technique. It was really amazing. With the help of this sex treasure technique, their group had obtained great benefits. Buzz, as he continued to cultivate and comprehend Tao, the divine light outside his body became even more dazzling. The intertwining Tao light also became more shocking. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, a full month had passed. A month later, on this day, he had completely refined the immortal dragon marrow. The flesh and blood essence contained in the flesh shell of the true God expert and the immortal king expert were also completely refined. The 2 flesh shells directly shattered and turned into ashes, the limit of the half-step immortal king realm. He opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. After refining the immortal dragon marrow, the true God expert, and the middle stage immortal king expert, his cultivation base had reached the limit of the half-step immortal king realm. He was only a little bit away from entering the immortal king realm. Faintly, there was already a faint immortal king chi intertwining outside his body. The peak of the heaven immortal realm. Whooshing Crocodile's voice rang out beside him. Cultivating like this is still the best. The white tiger chuckled. By Ziki, Yangqi, and the others did not say anything. At this time, they had also reached the peak of the heaven immortal realm. Each of them was silently comprehending their current strength. Don't be so excited. Consolidate your realm first. Lin Tian said, refining heaven and earth treasures to increase one's cultivation was slightly different from relying on one's own cultivation and battle experience to increase one's cultivation. Even if the heaven and earth treasures they refined were extraordinary, it was far less stable than relying on one's own cultivation and battle experience to increase one's cultivation base. Therefore, generally speaking, after refining these heaven and earth treasures to increase one's cultivation base, one would need to spend a long time to consolidate one's cultivation base. Immediately, the group of people went into seclusion again. Each of them circulated their own ancient scriptures to consolidate their current cultivation base. It was not until another month had passed that they stopped one after another and completely consolidated their cultivation base. We're not far from the immortal king realm. Ling Yun clicked his tongue. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and looked at Lin Tian. Kid, let's move. Use the dragon burial scripture to dig out the myriad Tao crystal. We'll break through to the immortal king realm in one go. Agreed. White Tiger echoed. Lin Tian glanced at them. They had just found the immortal dragon marrow, and now they were looking for the myriad Tao crystal. Did they really think that such an immortal treasure was so easy to find? He paused and said, I'll continue my seclusion and break through to the immortal king realm. Now he was already at the end of the half-step immortal king realm. He was only a little bit away from stepping into the immortal king realm. Once he stepped into the immortal king realm, his combat strength would undergo a huge change. At the same time, with his immortal king level cultivation, he would be able to comprehend the yin-yang limitless killing formation and the 1,000 seals formation of the heavenly one soul mantra to an extremely profound level. He would also be able to comprehend the formations that were even more powerful than the 1,000 seals formation of the yin-yang limitless killing formation. When the time came, he would be able to engrave the endless killing formations and seals formations in advance. Perhaps they would be able to break into the ordinary capital of the world of souls and forcefully use the teleportation formations within. There was a high chance that they would be able to leave the world of souls. Hearing his words, Ling Yun, the 5 elements alligator, and the others were all moved. You're about to step into the immortal king realm? White Tiger asked. Lin Tian nodded. Almost. That's really fast. Ling Yin said, It seems like the benefits of forcefully enduring the power of the heavenly tribulation to cultivate are really great. It seems to have allowed you to absorb the essence energy and immortal energy that surged into your body more perfectly and quickly become stronger. Indeed, that's part of the reason. Lin Tiandao, He said something to the group again, and then directly began his seclusion in this place. Baiziki and the others guarded him together. Buzz! He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and condensed the immortal energy in his body. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the two immortal paths and the nameless path in his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to become stronger again. Of course, because he didn't have the help of heavenly treasures and other external objects. The speed of his essence, energy, and spirit improvement was obviously not as fast as before. It was much slower. However, even though the speed was much slower, the essence, energy, and spirit that he had strengthened at this time was undoubtedly very stable. Just like that, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, he sat cross-legged on the ground without moving. His essence, energy, and spirit kept rising and becoming stronger. Then, on this day, strands of lightning arcs suddenly intertwined on the surface of his body. Boom! A bolt of lightning immediately exploded in the sky. In this world, the space within a radius of thousands of feet directly became pitch black. A black vortex appeared in the sky, and a destructive aura covered the sky and the earth. For a moment, Wuxing Crocodile and Shui Shui and the others couldn't help but tremble. Even little Taichu, who was at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King realm, couldn't help but tremble. This destructive aura was really too terrifying. Boom! The sky exploded again. Rolling thunder surged, and a huge black vortex appeared. Bolts of blood-red lightning intertwined within it, as if they could shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. Then, in the next moment, the sky trembled, and the black vortex slowly dissipated. The blood-red lightning that lay within it dissipated one by one. The destructive aura disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian opened his eyes at this moment. In his eyes, 2 streaks of light that carried the aura of lightning flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "You've reached the Immortal King realm?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. It had seen this situation more than once. When Lin Tian stepped into the Immortal King realm, he attracted the Immortal King, Heavenly Tribulation. Then he temporarily withdrew from the Immortal King realm, causing the Immortal King, Heavenly Tribulation to dissipate. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and stood up. White Tiger looked at him and said, "Speaking of which, this Immortal King, Heavenly Tribulation of yours is a little terrifying. Can you withstand it?" Beside him, Ling Yun and the others also looked at him, frowning slightly. Chapter 1731. Lin Tian's Immortal King Tribulation only appeared for an instant, but the aura was so strong that Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, and the others all had solemn expressions. The power was too terrifying, as if it could shatter everything, as if it could destroy the entire world. Lin Tian looked at the solemn expressions of the group and naturally knew that they were worried about him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." He had mastered the Thunder Immortal Way and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, which could help him resist the power of the Heavenly Tribulation to a great extent. After he stepped into the Immortal King realm, with the help of the Thunder Immortal Way and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, he should be able to survive the Immortal King Tribulation. Even if he couldn't, the little Taichu still had the profound dragon armor, which was forged from the skin of a heavenly dragon. Although it was already damaged, its defensive power was still very shocking. If he really couldn't do it, he could rely on the profound dragon armor to forcefully survive the Immortal King Tribulation. As he spoke, he didn't stay in this place for too long. He directly called Baiziki and the others to leave. It wasn't until 2 full days later that they found a more suitable place to transcend the tribulation in the world of souls. As far as the eye could see, the 10-square space was very wide. It was a huge wasteland. When the group arrived here, Lin Tian directly walked in front and let Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others stay away. Then, he directly stepped into the Immortal King realm. For a time, with a loud boom, ear-piercing thunder rumbled, and the heavens trembled. A pitch-black thunderbolt vortex appeared the first moment, and blood-red lightning intertwined within it. A destructive aura came down from all directions, and the surrounding space fell into darkness in an instant. This aura, in the distance, the white tiger couldn't help but tremble and swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even people as calm as Baiziki and Yang Qi had solemn expressions when they saw the scene. This was because the aura emitted by this immortal King Tribulation was indeed very terrifying and shocking. Can he really transcend it? And Shui was a little worried. Just by looking at this kind of heavenly tribulation from afar, she felt as if her divine soul was about to split apart. Beside him, the 16-year-old Ziyu widened her eyes. Heavenly tribulation? She tugged at and Shui's clothes. This is heavenly tribulation. Elder brother is advancing to the immortal king realm. Why would there be a heavenly tribulation? And Shui rolled his eyes and said, because he is a pervert. As she spoke, she looked at Ziyu and paused for a moment before asking, by the way, little Ziyu, why didn't you want the celestial dragon marrow when he gave it to you? Previously, when Lin Tian found the immortal dragon marrow, he naturally gave it to Ziyu. However, Ziyu didn't accept it, saying that it wasn't necessary. This made her curious. Ziyu paused for a moment and said, it's just that there's no need. There's no point in increasing my cultivation. Boom! The heavens violently trembled and thunder rumbled, directly interrupting his words. In front of him, in the pitch-black lightning vortex, dense blood-red lightning interweaved. The first round of the main lightning punishment struck down. It was a simple lightning pillar with a diameter of about 10 feet. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated and spatial turbulence and chaotic light poured out. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the first round of the main lightning punishment. His eyes flashed, and he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which floated on his shoulder. In the next moment, with a boom, the first round of the main lightning punishment fell in front of him and directly drowned him. Poof! Blood splattered, and his physical body was instantly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda also shattered, turning into debris that filled the sky. In the distance, Ziyu's expression changed, and she couldn't help but call out, "Elder brother!" Beside her, the others were also moved. Although this heavenly tribulation is very terrifying, it's only the first round of the main lightning punishment. There's no reason that kid can't block it. Ling Yun frowned. Then, in the next moment, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. Could it be, on purpose again? Obviously so. Baiziki said. Yang Qi also saw it from the beginning. Cultivating with heavenly lightning? In order to become stronger, he is too cruel to himself. Really? And Shui shrunk his neck. To forcibly endure the heavenly tribulation and bear the destructive power of the lightning punishment in the heavenly tribulation was not something that ordinary people could endure. It was too painful and it was inhuman. The first round of heavenly lightning struck Lin Tian and the immortal Emperor Pagoda. The ground also exploded, and smoke and dust rose into the air. Arcs of lightning interweaved in the void. In the next moment, with a gurgling sound, the flesh and blood wriggled, and Lin Tian reformed his physical body. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun, refining the power of the lightning punishment that interweaved in his flesh and blood. In the intense pain, he forged his flesh, bones, and soul. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected the shattered pieces of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He shrouded it in golden divine light and reconstructed it. This sect Emperor Pagoda was made from the primordial heavenly crystal, the ultimate material for forging weapons. It contained the power of his origin spirit and a trace of his life origin. As long as he did not die, this sect Emperor Pagoda would never be destroyed. No matter how broken it was, it could be repaired in an extremely short time. He shrouded it in divine light and reformed it in the blink of an eye. The entire sect Emperor Pagoda became stronger, and the primordial heavenly chi was even more astonishing. Again, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were very bright. In the sky, a pitch-black vortex of lightning appeared. Within it, blood-red lightning interweaved like blood-red heavenly dragons, rumbling. In the next moment, with a loud boom, the second round of lightning punishment emerged. It was a huge lightning waterfall, and it trembled mightily. Lin Tian was fearless. Holding the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he soared into the sky and faced it head-on. He still did not put up any resistance. He allowed the lightning punishment to drown him and the immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed into pieces. After that, he reformed his physical body and took the initiative to face the waves of lightning punishment. He did not put up any resistance. He bore the power of the lightning punishment to refine his body, cultivate, and cleanse the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Moreover, he even borrowed the power of the lightning punishment to cultivate the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. He comprehended the peerless lightning technique that had a certain restraining effect on the heavenly tribulation. His understanding of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation improved rapidly. For a moment, the thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, 10 waves of lightning punishment fell. He endured the power of the 10 waves of lightning punishment without putting up any resistance. His body was shattered 10 times, and his physique became stronger. The limit of his essence, energy, and spirit was also broken through and improved significantly. However, even though his physique had become stronger and he had broken through the limits of his essence, vitality, and spirit, he had suffered extremely heavy injuries after enduring 10 rounds of the main lightning punishment. He could not continue to endure it forcefully. At this moment, he tilted his head and looked at the little Taichu. Yeah, the little Taichu naturally understood what he meant. With a flash of light, the profound dragon armor flew out and appeared in front of him in a flash. It directly covered his body, intertwining with a faint light. Chapter 1732. The mysterious dragon armor was shockingly tough. When it was worn by the little Taichu, it fit very well. Now, when it was worn by Lin Tian, it fit very well. A faint light intertwined, forming a circular light shield that enveloped Lin Tian. Boom! The 11th round of the main lightning punishment fell. Its speed was shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was completely submerged. The space in all directions was annihilated. The space turbulence flowed freely, and billowing smoke and dust floated in the void. Over there, under the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian stood quietly. The light from the mysterious dragon armor still enveloped him, and there was not a single ripple. His body was not damaged at all. This armor's defense is indeed amazing. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile said, "After all, it was forged from the heavenly dragon's skin. There is also a strand of the heavenly dragon's soul in it. Even if it is damaged, it is still comparable to a peak-level, true divine weapon. It is not difficult for it to block this kind of lightning punishment." And Shui said, Lin Tian stood under the heavenly tribulation. He was not surprised that the mysterious dragon armor easily blocked this round of the main lightning punishment. This was because he had already expected this. At this time, he was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra and seriously refining the power of the lightning punishment in his body. In an instant, the surface of his body was naturally crackling with lightning arcs, which carried the aura of the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he once again reformed the immortal Emperor Pagoda that was shattered by the lightning punishment. He reformed the pagoda's body. Strands of lightning intertwined on the pagoda's body, and the primordial aura it emitted became even purer. At this time, there was a loud boom. The 12th round of the main lightning punishment appeared. It was a dense mountain of lightning that seemed to be able to crush everything. This round of heavenly tribulation was very intimidating. However, the defense of the mysterious dragon armor was unparalleled. It still steadily blocked this round of the main lightning punishment. After that, the sound of thunder continued. The 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th rounds of lightning punishment fell one after another. Each round was more terrifying than the last, but they were all blocked by the mysterious dragon armor. Then, in the next moment, the last round of the main lightning punishment appeared. Numerous phantoms appeared from the lightning vortex in the sky. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood phantoms. They were all formed by the lightning and intertwined with an extremely frightening, destructive aura. They immediately shattered the vast void and pressed down mightily. "It's him again." Lin Tian frowned, a strange light intertwining in his eyes. He didn't know when it started, but his heavenly tribulations and the final round of the main lightning punishment had all been like this. He couldn't help but feel that there was something strange going on. However, although he was a little concerned about this, he did not think too much about it because he knew that he could not figure it out. Since he could not figure it out, he naturally would not waste his energy for nothing. Boom! Thunder roared, and the 18th round of the main lightning punishment fell in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian was under this round of the main lightning punishment and could clearly feel the terror of this round of the main lightning punishment. However, he had absolute confidence in the mysterious dragon armor, so he was still very calm at this time. In fact, the mysterious dragon armor did not disappoint him. This round of terrifying main lightning punishment was perfectly blocked. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning arcs intertwined in the air, and wisps of smoke and dust rose. Then, in the sky, the black lightning vortex trembled and immediately dissipated. The darkness that shrouded the heavens and the earth also disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding space became bright again. He made it through. He has truly reached the Sui Li Celestial King realm. In the distance, the white tiger could not help but exclaim. In front of him, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by streaks of lightning. Buzz! In the sky where the darkness had dissipated, a rainbow auspicious cloud appeared and sprinkled the sky full of rainbow auspicious light towards Lin Tian, who was directly below the heavenly tribulation. This was the gift after the heavenly tribulation, and it contained incomparably shocking power. Lin Tian immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and seriously refined the rainbow auspicious light. At the same time, he waved his hand and gathered the fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was rebuilt. On the pagoda, there were more lightning imprints on it, and its power was even more frightening. Moreover, there was a majestic aura around it, as if it could release the power of the heavenly tribulation. His eyes flashed. There was no doubt that the immortal Emperor Pagoda had become stronger. After his cultivation had increased to the Celestial King realm and turned into a Celestial King artifact, and after being tempered by his Celestial King tribulation, now in the domain of Celestial King artifacts, it could definitely be called the Emperor of Emperors. He put the immortal Emperor Pagoda into his body and focused even more on refining the rainbow divine light that surged in, causing the essence, energy, and spirit that he exuded to become stronger and stronger, and his cultivation level also gradually increased. Just like that, more than 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The rainbow auspicious clouds in the sky trembled and dissipated in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stopped circulating the Sun Heart Sutra. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached a peak, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the early stage of the Celestial King realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm. This caused him to nod inwardly. Although forcibly bearing the destructive heavenly tribulation and cultivating with the power of lightning was a little cruel and incomparably painful, it was indeed of great use to his cultivation. He took a deep breath and then felt the other changes in his body. The strength of his physique was comparable to that of an ordinary true God realm cultivator. The divine power in his body was surging endlessly, and the spirit in his sea of consciousness had become stronger. His strength in all aspects had a qualitative improvement. At this time, he was confident that he could fight with anyone under the true God realm. Congratulations on advancing to the Celestial King realm. The sound of breaking air rang out. At this time, Baiziki and the others stepped over, and Shui spoke. TSK, the aura you exude is obviously different. Wuxing Crocodile sized up Lin Tiandao. Now that he had stepped into the Celestial King realm and withstood the Celestial King tribulation, Lin Tian naturally exuded a very peaceful aura. However, it carried a faint majesty, as if he was a god walking in the mortal world. This kind of aura caused people like Baiziki and Yang Qi, who were usually calm, to be unable to help but have a slight flicker in their eyes. Obviously, they were a little surprised. Elder brother is too amazing. Ziyu looked at Lin Tian, her eyes full of light. This was the first time she had seen someone who could attract a heavenly tribulation after reaching the Celestial King realm. She had never even heard of such a thing before. Lin Tian smiled at her. Then, with a flash of light, he removed the mysterious dragon armor and handed it back to little Taichu. Yeah. Little Taichu blinked its big eyes. At this time, it was also sizing up Lin Tian. It could also feel how powerful Lin Tian was now. White Tiger looked at Lin Tian. Its eyes couldn't help but light up. Then it said, "Now we can go and dig for the myriad Tao crystal." Lin Tian glanced at it. "I'll first comprehend some killing arrays and forbidden arrays. I'll find a capital to sneak in and use the world teleportation array to leave this world. What Tiger Lord means is, after leaving, we'll dig for the myriad Tao crystal." White Tiger said. Lin Tian glanced at it again, then called for Baiziki and the others to leave this place. He had to find a quiet and hidden place to comprehend the array techniques and forbidden arrays. The group moved very quickly. After more than 2 hours, they were very far away from the place where the tribulation occurred. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. A sword light mixed with an evil aura swept across the sky, crushing the void in all directions. The aura of an immortal king interweaved around it. Lin Tian noticed this sword light immediately. Golden divine light flashed around his body, and in the nick of time he wrapped Baiziki and Shui and the others and moved more than 300 meters away, directly dodging the sword. "Your spiritual sense is not bad." A cold voice sounded. In the distance, in the direction where the sword light came from, 3 middle-aged men walked over. Their bodies were surrounded by yin qi. They were obviously cultivators from the world of souls. They're all mid-stage immortal kings. Ling Yun narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian sized up the 3 of them. His expression was very calm without any change. "Hand over the cultivation materials that belong to Lord Yinshang, and we'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death." One of the 3 immortal kings from the world of souls spoke, looking down at Lin Tianyi and the others with a cold attitude. Although they knew that Lin Tianyi and the others were not simple, they did not care. Because they were 3 immortal kings who came together, they felt that it would not be difficult to suppress Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian's expression was still calm. Looking at the 3 immortal kings from the world of souls, he said, "Yin Shang didn't come out with you?" Now that he had entered the immortal king realm, he really wanted to fight with the half-step true immortal realm Yin Shang, who was ranked 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals. The 3 immortal kings from the world of souls looked at him coldly. The one on the far right said, "You're not worthy of Lord Yin Shang coming out personally." As he spoke, his words stopped and his expression changed. He could not help but retreat, because without a sound, Lin Tian, who was still 300 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. "You, Wang." At this time, Lin Tian appeared in front of the other with extreme speed. He raised his hand and slapped, causing the void to buzz. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. This person was instantly smashed into pieces, and even his divine sense was annihilated. Ling Yin, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others could not help but stare at this scene. Although they knew that Lin Tian's physique was extraordinary and his battle prowess far surpassed those of the same level, they could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene at this time. In any case, he was a mid-stage immortal king. He actually killed him with a single slap with pure physical strength. This is really... The white tiger could not help but tremble. Even the calm Baiziki and Yang Qi were shocked. However, their eyes were also intertwined with bright light. At the same time, opposite them, the other two immortal kings from the world of souls trembled, and they looked shocked. The three of them had arrived together, and their strength was equal. But now, one of them was actually killed in the blink of an eye. My strength is not bad, right? Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked at the two cultivators from the world of souls and said indifferently. When the two cultivators from the world of souls heard this, they trembled again. Then, without saying anything, they turned around and fled. A person who could kill a mid-stage immortal king expert with a raise of his hand was definitely not someone they could contend against. Running away as soon as you arrived? You're really straightforward. Wuxing Crocodile said sarcastically. Lin Tian's expression was the same. He did not make any big movements and did not chase after them. He only flicked his fingers slightly, and two faint lights shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the two people who were escaping and pierced straight through the back of their heads. Pooh! Pooh! Two bloody mists exploded in the distance. The two cultivators from the world of souls who were escaping did not even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Chapter 1733. Blood floated in the void, little by little eye-catching. It was the blood of immortal king experts. This is really... Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. 3 mid-stage immortal king experts were actually wiped out in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was such combat strength? It probably wouldn't take much effort to kill an ordinary half-step true god. Forcefully withstanding the destructive heavenly tribulation twice to cultivate and temper the body. It seems that the effect is really extraordinary. Ling Yun said. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment for killing 3 mid-stage immortal king cultivators. It was as if he had just cut 3 stalks of grass. At this moment, he took a step forward and appeared beside the group of people in the distance. Let's go, he called out to the group of people. Immediately, the group of people left this place and entered a desolate mountain not long after. Lin Tian spread out his tyrannical, immortal, king-level divine sense and found a relatively spacious cave in this place. He engraved nearly 100 ordinary ceiling formations within a radius of a few thousand feet outside the cave. Then he stopped. Do you have a formation that can suppress peak true god experts? White Tiger asked Lin Tian. Yes, Lin Tian said simply. He didn't say much. He let the group of people stand guard outside and then began to comprehend the formation technique. The 1,000 restriction, 10,000 seals array. He immediately began to comprehend this type of restriction array. With his current Immortal King Realm standard, he could already completely comprehend this peak true god level restriction array. Buzz. As he comprehended this formation, soul power naturally interweaved outside his body, and a powerful sealing force surged. The world of souls, the first capital, the Een capital, what? A deep voice rang out from within an ancient palace within the Een capital. It was clearly filled with chilliness. Just now, someone came to report that the immortal kings who went to search for Lin Tianyi and the others had all extinguished the soul lamps of life they left in the Een capital. This meant that the immortal kings were all dead. Were they killed by that group of humans? The cultivators of my world are all united. Since those people died, there is no doubt that it is related to that group of humans. How dare you offend my world again and again, harming the lives of my world's cultivators? He should be executed 10,000 times over. There were few other cultivators in the hall, and they were all quite powerful existences within the Een capital. Their gazes were extremely cold. There's no need to alarm the big shots above just for a few humans. One of them said, "We're going to take action personally, and we've been staying in the Een capital for a long time. It's about time we showed ourselves." Of course, Een Shang is in closed-door seclusion. As the next realm lord, his cultivation materials have been seized by others. He naturally needs to give a satisfactory answer. Several other people spoke up. In an instant, several half-step true god auras intertwined, and in the next moment, several figures disappeared from the hall. In a cave within the vast and desolate mountains, buzz! Outside Lin Tian's body, soul power surged and formation power rolled. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the true God level 1,000 seals formation. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sealing power outside his body gradually became stronger, causing Baiziki and the others nearby to be affected. They were affected by this sealing power, and their bodies became uncomfortable. Grand array of 1,000 seals. Wuxing Crocodile had seen this kind of formation before. At this time, when he sensed the sealing power, he naturally knew that Lin Tian was comprehending the 1,000 seals formation. His eyes flickered slightly. This formation power is like heaven and earth compared to before. Is he trying to completely control this formation? Very strong. And Shui said. After that, as Lin Tian's comprehension of the 1,000 seals formation became more and more profound, the group couldn't help but retreat. This was because the sealing power was too shocking. They were affected by this sealing power, and now they were really uncomfortable. Even the mid-stage immortal king, little Taichu, was no exception. After that, half a month quickly passed. After half a month, the sealing power outside his body had reached a terrifying level, causing the group to retreat to the edge of the cave. The sealing power was really shocking. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. There were wisps of hazy light in his eyes, giving people an ethereal feeling. "How is it?" And Shui asked and walked up at this time. "I've almost completely mastered the true God level sealing formation." Lin Tian nodded and said, "Next, I'll comprehend the killing formation." "Yin Yang limitless killing formation?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. It knew about the 1,000 seals formation and the Yin Yang limitless killing formation. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "The other killing formation, a God King level killing formation." When these words came out, the group couldn't help but be shocked. "You actually have a killing formation of that level?" White Tiger stared at him. "Of course," Lin Tian said with a smile. In actual fact, in the Heavenly One Soul technique that he mastered, there were even killing arrays at the level of peak Emperor God. However, with his current standard, he was still unable to comprehend killing arrays at that level because his power was far from enough. If he forced himself to comprehend it, not only would he fail to comprehend the formation, but it would also cause a certain degree of backlash damage to his body. He paused and asked the group to protect him. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the killing formation. Outside his body, the soul power became much more shocking than before. In the blink of an eye, wisps of cold killing intent intertwined. This killing intent was very weak at first, but it began to increase exponentially in the blink of an eye. In a few breaths' time, it had reached an extremely terrifying level, causing Baiziki and the others to tremble involuntarily and feel pain in their bodies. It's indeed more terrifying than the Yin Yang limitless killing formation. Wuxing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this time, Lin Tian had just begun to comprehend that killing formation, and there was already such a terrifying killing intent intertwining. It was really a little shocking, as if it could wipe out everything. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the center of the cave. The soul power outside his body intertwined and was extremely strong. The killing intent that he emitted gradually became stronger. At this time, the killing formation that he comprehended was called the heaven and earth suppressing killing formation. It was another powerful killing formation of the heavenly one-soul technique. It was at the God-King level and was unfathomably profound. Now his cultivation was at the immortal king level, and he could barely comprehend this God-King level killing formation. Comprehending a corner of it was no problem. After that, he would combine this corner of the heaven and earth suppressing killing formation with the complete 1,000 seals great array. It was enough to deal with a peak true God level expert. Soul power intertwined and the formation power surged. The killing intent became more and more terrifying as his comprehension of the heaven and earth suppressing killing formation increased. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, the killing intent outside his body had reached its peak. Then, with a bang, the mountain in the cave he was in was directly shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust surged into the sky, causing the surrounding space to shatter into pieces. Baiziki and Shui and the others immediately retreated far away. Looking at the place where smoke and dust intertwined, they couldn't help but be shocked, and their eyes flickered. This is only the process of comprehending, and it already has such power. If it is really carved out, how terrifying will it be? Chapter 1734. The mountain where the cave was located suddenly collapsed. Just the aura emitted by the Lin Tianwu array was already unable to withstand it. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was only after several dozen breaths that the scene at the cave was revealed. Lin Tian was still sitting in the center. Endless killing intent lingered around him, forming a solid killing light barrier that enveloped his entire body. Sand and dust slowly rose around him. Some of the large rocks that fell beside him after the collapse of the mountain were all shattered by this fierce killing intent. They completely turned into fine sand and fell to the ground. Buzz. Soul power array light intertwined around him. He did not wake up and continued to comprehend. He's taking quite a long time to comprehend. In the distance, the white tiger said, "Didn't you hear him say that it's a divine king-level killing formation? This level of killing formation naturally takes time." And Shui said, The group of people stayed in the distance. They watched Lin Tian comprehend the formation while vigilantly looking around. Although Lin Tian had engraved restrictions within a 300 m radius that could isolate the aura of this place from the outside world, and no one would be able to discover this place under normal circumstances, they still had to take precautions against any special circumstances that might occur. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in front of them, silently comprehending the formation. The soul power and formation power outside his body became stronger and stronger. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. On this day, the killing intent on his body became even more frightening, as if it was going to destroy the world around him. It was also at this time that he opened his eyes. Dense array light intertwined in his eyes, and then turned into killing intent. Then he gradually returned to his usual appearance. Done. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and the group flashed back. Done. Lin Tian nodded. Next, we just need to engrave some formation platforms. In 2 months, he had comprehended a corner of the heaven and earth suppressing Yuan killing formation. His control of this corner was already very pure. He said to the group of people. Then he took out some black jade and began to engrave the formation. The value of black jade was not high, but it was rare. Over the years, he had obtained quite a lot. It could be used to carry formation seals and was an excellent material for engraving various formation platforms. Buzz. Activating the heavenly one spirit incantation, he moved both his hands, displaying the 5 dragons flash inscribing technique. Lines of inscriptions weaved out from his fingertips, imprinting themselves onto the profound jade stones. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. That's enough. On this day he stopped. In a month's time, including the rest and replenishment of divine power, he had engraved a total of 10 complete Thousand Seals formation platforms and 10 corners of the universe, suppressing origin, killing formation platforms. With the complete 1,000 restrictions, 10,000 Seals Great Array, and the Qian Kuan suppressing Yuan killing array, he believed that it was enough to deal with an ordinary peak true God expert. Which royal capital? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Below the number 1 capital of the world of souls, you can choose any capital city because their strength is about the same. Lin Tiandao. In the end, they chose to go to Prince Yi's capital. There was no other reason other than the fact that it was the closest to their current location. Immediately, without any hesitation, the group left this place and headed straight for the location of King Yi's capital. Their speed was not slow, and they were soon far away. Boom! At this moment, a tyrannical divine power appeared in the distance, and 5 figures were heading in their direction at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 5 figures appeared in front of them. They were 5 old men, and their eyes were deep and cold. Half-step true gods! The white tiger's expression changed. At this moment, the 5 old men exuded an extremely powerful aura, and it could not help but feel a little scared. Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and the others were also slightly moved, and they frowned slightly. After all, a half-step true God expert was still very powerful to them. Another one of Yin Shang's subordinates. Lin Tian looked at the 5 people calmly. Opposite them, the 5 old men's gazes fell on Lin Tianyi and the others, and their gazes were extremely cold. Suppress them all. After we get Yin Shang's cultivation materials, we'll turn them into Yin puppets. One of them said coldly. The so-called Yin puppets were battle puppets. As soon as his words fell, the old man acted, and a half-step true God expert's divine power surged out. In the blink of an eye, the old man froze the void and appeared in front of Lin Tian like a flash of lightning, and directly slapped down. This palm was extremely powerful, and not only did it cover Lin Tian, but it also covered the others. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he only pointed out a finger which landed on the old man's palm and firmly stopped it. In an instant, the old man's expression changed. Although he only used 50% of his strength, he was still a half-step true God expert, and his physique was extremely strong. But now, it was stopped by Lin Tian with a single finger. At the same time, behind them, the other 4 half-step true God experts were also shocked, and their eyes narrowed. Old Six, what are you doing? One of them frowned. The old man called Old Six looked at Lin Tian, and his expression darkened, and he began to exert more strength. However, Lin Tian's finger did not move at all. Even when the old man had used 100% of his physical strength, and the veins on his forehead were popping, Lin Tian's finger was still motionless, and his expression was calm. You seem to be having a hard time. At this time, Lin Tian spoke. His voice was very calm, but when it landed in the old man's ears, there was no doubt that it was filled with mockery, causing the old man's expression to turn cold. Junior, your physique is not bad, but there is no need to... Come! The sound of a sword rang out, and Lin Tian used his finger as a sword, and a sword chi shot out from his finger. With a piu sound, the sword chi did not slow down, and with a piu sound, it pierced through the old man's chest. In an instant, the blood of the half-step true God splattered everywhere. The old man staggered back, his palm and chest bleeding, and his expression was one of shock and anger. You're courting death. With a roar, the half-step true God's godly energy surged, and the old man took a step forward, using a divine art, and the image of a malicious ghost pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not make any unnecessary movements, directly raising his hand and punching out. Dong! A thunderous sound rang out, causing the entire sky to tremble, and the space in all directions was shattered. With a piu sound, the old man's divine art was shattered, and Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on the old man's chest. Pooh! Blood splattered, and this time the old man's physical body was directly destroyed. Only his soul was not destroyed, and he quickly retreated. Lin Tian retracted his fist and looked at the old man. As expected of a half-step true God expert, you didn't die. Chapter 1735. The half-step true God from the world of dead soul's body crumbled, and his soul retreated. He looked at Lin Tian from a distance, his face filled with anger and shock. He was infuriated because he was a half-step true God expert, and yet his divine art was destroyed by a single punch from a young human. It was truly humiliating. He was shocked because he didn't expect Lin Tian's physical body to be so strong. Lin Tian was actually able to shatter his divine technique with pure physical strength. Not only that, Lin Tian was able to shatter his body as well. When Baiziki and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. This physique, it's simply, the white tiger couldn't help but roll his eyes. To be able to smash a half-step true divinity into pieces with a single punch, this level of physical strength was truly a little exaggerated. This was because this punch was not his full strength. It looked like a casual punch from Lin Tian, and at most he had used 50% of his strength. On the other side, the other half-step true gods from the world of souls were naturally shocked as well, especially the one who had been smashed apart by Lin Tian. After the initial shock and anger, his face turned extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with a sinister, killing intent. Good, good, good. Your physical strength is so strong. Very good, very good. This old man has truly underestimated you. This is no weaker than the legendary barbarian King Body. The man whose body had been shattered said coldly. With a boom, half-step true God divine energy surged out, intertwined with extremely dense immortal Tao laws. The space in all directions was instantly shattered. I'll kill you. The man's voice was bone-chilling as he charged at Lin Tian again, the Tao radiance around him threatening to obliterate everything. At the same time, the other 4 half-step true gods looked at Lin Tian. One of them said, attack together, suppress him as quickly as possible, take back Een Death's cultivation materials, and then deal with the rest. The other 3 nodded, and the 4 of them moved as well, each step taking them far away as they pressed down on Lin Tian. The 5 of you attacking together? Is that guy all right? And Shui knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. After all, the ones attacking were 5 half-step true gods. Can Elder Brother do it? Z, you looked ahead, feeling a little worried. Don't worry, there won't be a problem, Whooshing Crocodile said. Although Lin Tian had only just entered the Immortal King tier and was still in the early stage of the Immortal King tier, he had endured 2 consecutive body, tempering by the heavenly tribulation. Coupled with Lin Tian's extremely powerful reincarnation physique, it had reason to believe that Lin Tian would be able to defeat those 5 people. Boom! Up ahead, the godly energies rumbled, causing the void to tremble as the 5 half-step true God realm experts arrived in front of Lin Tian. Because of the scene just now, the 5 of them all knew that Lin Tian's physique was extremely shocking. At this moment, each of them activated their godly energies, and 5 different techniques pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. All of them were intertwined with the power of evil, causing the void to tremble. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Half-step true gods were indeed very powerful, especially when 5 of them attacked together. That kind of aura was indeed quite frightening. However, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Facing the 5 of them, he stepped forward. With one step, a powerful aura suddenly spread out in front of him. This aura was mixed with the aura of thunder, which was the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation. It was extremely domineering, and it immediately shattered all the divine abilities and secret techniques that the 5 of them had activated. Then, in an instant, he appeared in front of one of them. This person was the one who had been smashed into pieces by a single punch. He was shocked and couldn't help but retreat, I'll send you on your way. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he directly slapped down. His palm was mixed with the faint power of thunder, and at the same time there was a divine transformation talisman within it. A half-step true god powerhouse couldn't threaten him, nor could he make him feel any pressure. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to rely on pure physical strength to kill someone of this level. Thus, at this time, he didn't use pure physical strength to attack, but used a divine technique. In the blink of an eye, his attack landed on the person's body. Pooh! The person's physical body was directly shattered, and his soul escaped, but in an instant it met with the divine transformation talisman in Lin Tian's palm. Ah! An ear-piercing scream. The person's soul struggled violently, and in the next moment, it was shattered by the divine transformation talisman. Body and soul destroyed. Although I knew this kid was a little abnormal, but this is too abnormal, isn't it? White Tiger's eyes widened. In any case, that was a half-step true god powerhouse, but he was easily killed by a single slap. This kid, what level has his battle strength reached? This is simply. Ling Yin also widened his eyes. So powerful. Purple Moon's eyes were full of light. Baiziki and Yangqi's eyes shone with a clear light. There was shock in their eyes, but more than that there was a desire to fight. Lin Tian's strength had stimulated the battle chi that belonged to the strong. At the same time, the other 4 half-step true gods of the world of souls all changed color, and they couldn't help but tremble. When they looked at Lin Tian again, fear rose in the eyes of these 4 experts. With just one strike, he killed one of them. This kind of battle strength was definitely not weaker than their next realm master. Let's go! One of them gritted his teeth and said. Immediately, the 4 of them retreated. Lin Tian's strength had truly shocked them. Before this, they had thought that Lin Tian only had a terrifying physique, but now they realized that Lin Tian's divine power was just as terrifying. With the 2 of them stacked together, the strength of their combat prowess made them feel powerless. An enemy of this level was definitely not someone they could fight against. Only the important figures in the Yin capital or the next generation who had personally broken through would be able to deal with him. Whoosh! 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 For sounds of air breaking rang out. The 4 of them were extremely fast, and in an instant they crossed an endless distance and fled back to the Yin capital. Lin Tian watched the 4 of them flee. His expression didn't change at all, and he casually took a step forward. This step was like teleportation, and in the blink of an eye he blocked the 4 of them. Since you're here, don't think about leaving, he said calmly and casually waved his hand. Clang! An ear-piercing sword light rang out, and a sharp sword light slashed out. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of one of them, and with a poof, that person was cut into pieces. Damn it! This person was shocked and furious. Although his physical body was shattered, his soul was not destroyed, and he quickly retreated to another location. However, in the next moment, the sky trembled and a purple lightning bolt fell. This was the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique. Previously, he had comprehended the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique in the process of continuously withstanding the power of the heavenly tribulation with his physical body. In addition, his cultivation had reached the immortal king realm, and his comprehension of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique had advanced to the 3rd stage. When he circulated this lightning technique, the lightning that he summoned changed from the blue of the 2nd stage to purple. Ah! A miserable scream was shrill and ear-piercing. The purple lightning directly shattered this person's soul, leaving nothing behind. The other 3 half-step true gods trembled violently, and for a moment their scalps went numb. This kind of battle strength made them unable to help but feel fear. Whoosh! 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 With 3 sounds of air breaking, the 3 of them didn't say anything and directly fled. At this time, the only thing they could think of was the word escape. Only by escaping would they have a chance of survival. Chapter 1736. Lin Tian's battle prowess was simply too strong. Killing a half-step true god was so easy, causing the last 3 half-step true god experts of the world of souls to feel a chill run down their spines. At this time, no one dared to accept the challenge, and they quickly fled in another direction. There's no fighting spirit left. Only fear is left. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Nonsense. Don't you see what kind of combat strength he has? With such combat strength, how can those people have any fighting spirit? And Shui could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. In front, Lin Tian watched the 3 of them flee. He took a simple step forward and blocked the 3 of them again. He didn't say anything else. He raised his right hand slightly and waved it casually. A golden sword light slashed out. This slash was very casual, but it was not simple. It was a sword Dao divine skill from the High Heaven Sword Manual. Clang! The sound of the sword was accompanied by a sharp sword chi. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of one of them. With a puff, the person exploded, and even his divine soul was annihilated. You! The other 2 experts from the world of undead were terrified and could not help but tremble. 5 half-step true gods came together, but in just a short while, 3 of them were killed with a raise of his hand. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? Lin Tian still did not say anything. He activated the 4-symbol seal, and the silver array diagram shook. It was mixed with the power of seal and annihilation. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the 2 of them. Stop! Everything is negotiable. One of them could not help but shout. Killing us will not do you any good. The other person said anxiously, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Tian sneered. Not killing you will not do me any good either. These people wanted to kill him and his friends. He would not show mercy. The 4-symbol seal buzzed and intertwined with silver divine light. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down. Ah, no. 2 screams were heard. The 4 symbols seal crushed through, bringing along 2 clouds of blood mist. In the end, the 2 of them were killed. All of a sudden, the place became much quieter. This battle prowess. Whooshing Crocodile flashed over. Below the true god realm, I'm afraid he's absolutely invincible. That's insane, and Shui chimed in. Elder brother is so powerful. Ziyue's eyes were bright and pure. She completely treated Lin Tian as her real brother. Little Taichu called out and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others also walked over. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "Let's go to Prince Yi." The arrival of 5 half-step true divinity realm experts could be considered a small interlude. Now they had to continue on their way to King Yi's capital city, leaving this world of dead souls through the world transfer array in the capital city. Immediately, the group of people took to the air and left this place. Then, more than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. More than 10 hours later, at this time, an extremely vast and boundless city appeared in front of them. Inside, ancient buildings were laid out horizontally. Treasure islands were suspended in the sky, and there were even more powerful een birds flying in the sky, bringing with them wave after wave of powerful astral winds. We're here. Lin Tiandao. This was one of the dozens of capital cities in the world of dead souls, Prince Yi. There were peak true god realm experts overseeing the city. White Tiger looked at the city in front of them and said, "Kid, are you sure there's no problem? Can the combination of forbidding arrays and killing arrays really deal with a peak true god level powerhouse?" The enemy was too strong, so it was somewhat worried. "Don't worry." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he called the group of people and directly approached Prince Yi in front of them. There was a huge city gate outside Prince Yi, guarded by powerful world of dead souls cultivators. At the same time, there were many world of dead souls cultivators coming and going near the capital city. Lin Tianyi's group came to this place to break into the capital city, so they did not conceal themselves. Naturally, they were all seen by these world of dead souls cultivators. For a moment, these world of dead souls cultivators were all shocked. Humans. It's the group of humans that the Een capital wants to suppress. Lin Tiany's group had been in the world of dead souls for several months. Their appearance had long been spread by the Een capital of the world of dead souls to dozens of other capital cities. All the world of dead souls cultivators already knew that Lin Tiany's group was the enemy of the world of dead souls. At this time, when these world of dead souls cultivators saw Lin Tiany's group appear, they all revealed a chill. Surround them. Catch them. Someone shouted. Immediately, all the world of dead souls cultivators in this place moved and rushed toward Lin Tian's group. Lin Tian walked at the front, heading straight into the Een capital. His aura fluctuated slightly, and a strong wind of divine power casually swept out. For a moment, the group of world of dead souls cultivators who rushed over were all sent flying with a bang. Facing this, the group's expression didn't change. Lin Tian continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stepped into King Yi's capital city. As soon as they entered King Yi's capital city, the air immediately became much colder. Moreover, there was an astonishing aura of time flowing in the air. It was unknown how many years this capital city had existed for. Lin Tian raised his head, and his gaze fell on a huge ancient pagoda in the center of the capital city. From the information he'd gathered about the world of dead souls, the world transfer array in King Yi's capital city existed on this huge ancient pagoda. "Let's go," he called out to Baiziki and the rest, and directly flew into the air within King Yi's capital city, heading toward the ancient pagoda in the center. This action naturally alarmed the entire King Yi's capital city. Every expert in the capital city saw this group of people. "It's you, the people who took away Lord Een Shang's cultivation materials. How dare you barge in here? Suppress them all. After Lord Een Shang goes into seclusion, we'll hand them over to Lord Een Shang to deal with." An immortal king rushed up, and evil Een energy swept out from his body, pressing towards the group of people. "Get out of the way." Lin Tianji only had these two words. With a wave of his hand, a large expanse of sword light directly swept out. The divine power of these three world of dead souls immortal kings was directly annihilated. They were all penetrated and sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. This scene shocked all the experts in the capital city. In their capital city, the three immortal kings who attacked were actually injured so easily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking air reverberated. In front of them, 17 figures appeared in the void in succession. Each of them had a majestic and terrifying aura intertwined around their bodies. Among them, there were 10 half-step true god experts, 5 early-stage true god experts, and 2 mid-stage true god experts. Then, without a sound, a person appeared in front of the 17 people. He was dressed in a blood-red robe, and his eyes were deep and terrifying. "Although I don't know what you want to do, you have guts to dare to barge in here." This person spoke, his voice cold. "Of course, it also saves us the time to search for you." As he spoke, an icy chill and terrifying divine might spread out from his body, completely suppressing all the heaven and earth here at the first moment, completely cutting off Lin Tianyi and the others' escape route. Chapter 1737. The space in all directions was completely cut off, and an icy chill intertwined as if it wanted to freeze and annihilate everything. That kind of aura was extremely terrifying. An expert at the peak of the true god realm, this aura is simply White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. Previously, they had encountered an early-stage true god realm cultivator from the world of souls. But that person couldn't be compared to this expert at the peak of the true god realm. The difference between the two was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. The strongest is only at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. How dare you barge into King Yi's city? How stupid! You're courting death. Within King Yi's city, many cultivators from the world of souls looked at Lin Tianyi's group with cold, mocking gazes. In the void, the pinnacle true god expert in blood-red robes was King Yi's city lord. The cold yin energy around his body was oppressive. Looking at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and the others, he didn't make any extra movements. His yin energy turned into a sky-covering sea god wave that pressed down on the group. Behind him, the other 17 people didn't move. Their expressions were cold, and their gazes fell on Lin Tian's group as if they were looking at corpses. In these people's eyes, Lin Tianyi's group had barged into King Yi's city and attracted the strongest city lord's attention. There was no way they could survive. Rumble. As the city lord of King Yi's yin energy waves pressed down, the large space distorted. The aura was vast, cold, and terrifying. Lin Tian was at the front of the group, facing the yin energy waves. He could clearly feel the enormous pressure, but his expression didn't change at all. His gaze swept across the city lord of King Yi and the other 17 cultivators behind him. His gaze fell on the city lord of King Yi again, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The 18 of you are the strongest forces in King Yi's city. Appearing together like this saves me a lot of trouble. I can suppress all of you at once. As his words fell, 20 mystic aqua jade platforms appeared in a row. Each jade platform was covered with dense formation runes, and in an instant they exploded together. The dense formation runes directly interweaved into the void, sealing off all directions. Boom! The space in all directions shook violently, and the world became dark in an instant. A murderous aura spread out, shattering a piece of the void at the first moment, and black vortexes were born one after another. Immediately after, rays of light shot up from this place, creating a clanging sound like that of swords. Every ray of light contained extremely terrifying, murderous intent, as if they wanted to shatter this entire universe. Moreover, at the same time, a terrifying sealing force surged, as if it wanted to seal everything in this world. With a sizzling sound, the divine wave of yin power that City Master Yi had unleashed was instantly shattered by this killing light. For a moment, the expressions of everyone in King Yi's city changed. This is formation pattern, killing array, and the sealing power. This, everyone in King Yi's city paled. The expression of the city lord and the 17 people behind him changed as well. At this moment, they were all trapped by the dense formation patterns. Boundless killing intent interweaved, and a terrifying sealing force surged, causing them to tremble slightly. So you came prepared. City Master Yi's expression turned cold, and the evil yin power outside his body surged. However, you think you can act so presumptuously here with just a few formations? Don't think too highly of yourself, human. Boom! As his words fell, the evil power that he emitted skyrocketed, instantly reaching an extremely frightening height. Moreover, the aura of divine might also appear at the same time. Divine Tao laws were directly used, and the divine might of a peak true god was undoubtedly displayed. This aura was very frightening, causing the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even Bai Ziki and Yang Qi could not help but frown. Lin Tian could naturally feel the terror of this aura, but his expression did not change in the slightest. I just feel that these formations are enough for us to act presumptuously here, he said calmly. His expression was calm. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the divine One Soul mantra. His soul power intertwined, causing the 10 sealing formations and the 10 horns universe suppressing Yuan killing formation to tremble in unison. The sealing and killing power they exuded immediately skyrocketed. City Master Yi's expression changed again. As the sealing power in this place surged, The divine might he emitted fluctuated and was forcefully suppressed. It was dozens of times weaker than usual. At the same time, as the sealing power exploded, the killing power also surged, causing the spirit in his sea of consciousness to tremble slightly. At the same time, the expressions of the 17 people behind him changed, and they all felt a great threat. Looking at Lin Tian, this peak true God City Master Yi's expression changed, becoming even colder. At the same time, it became extremely ugly. Lin Tian smiled coldly and did not say anything. With a thought, the 10 complete 1,000 seals formation suppressed the surrounding space, weakening City Master Yi and the other 17 people's abilities and greatly reducing their combat power. Then the 10 Horns universe, suppressing Yuan killing formation, surged, and an unparalleled killing light attacked the 18 people at the same time. The City Lord of Royal East City gritted his teeth with a cold expression. The divine might of a peak true God surged. Even though it was greatly weakened by the 1,000 Forbidance 10,000 seals formation, its might was still intimidating. It faced the killing light of the universe, suppressing Yuan killing formation. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. Boom! With a loud bang, the destructive power was vast and mighty, and the surrounding space was completely shattered. With a bang, City Master Yi was sent flying, cutting a sorry figure. Obviously, after being weakened by the 10 complete 1,000 prohibition 10,000 seals great array, even though he was a peak true God expert, it would be difficult for him to withstand the killing light of the 10 corners universe, suppressing origin killing formation. City Master! All the cultivators in King Yi's city paled in fright. Their city lord had peak true God level cultivation, but at this time he was actually directly sent flying by the impact. Even Baiziki and the others were moved, feeling shocked by this scene. When that killing formation and sealing formation are combined, it's truly terrifying. The white tiger stared. Boom! The killing light boomed, and the sealing power surged, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Lin Tian's expression did not change. With a wave of his hand, he sent another wave of killing light at City Master Yi. King Yi City's city lord roared as he used a grand divine ability to resist. However, under the combined power of the 1,000 seals grand formation and the universe suppressing Yuan killing formation, the grand divine ability he used was immediately shattered. He was sent flying again. At the same time, if even a peak true God like him was in such a state, the other 17 people were even more wretched, all of them bleeding. Arg! With a scream, a half-step true God was obliterated by the killing light. Then his divine soul was also pulverized, his body and soul extinguished. No! City Master, save! Arg! Arg! Screams rang out once more. In the blink of an eye, another 3 half-step true gods had their bodies and divine souls obliterated, unable to resist this terrifying killing light. Chapter 1738. Blood splattered in the air. 4 half-step true divinities had been killed in a row, shocking everyone in the city. How could this be? Within King Yi City, the cultivators of the world of dead souls couldn't help but tremble. The 4 half-step true gods disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Even the city lord of Royal Yi's capital was moved, and his expression turned ugly. What do you think? Relying on these formations, you can do whatever you want in King Yi's city, right? Lin Tian said, looking at the city lord. Human. The city lord's expression turned even more unsightly and cold. Lin Tian smiled faintly and didn't make any big movements. He just stood there quietly, using the celestial one soul incantation to support the 1,000 Forbidance 10,000 seals grand formation and the 10 horns cosmos suppressing origin killing formation. Unparalleled sealing power and killing power surged, as if to suppress everything in the world. Ah! A miserable scream rang out as another half-step true god was chopped to pieces, unable to resist this power. Even the other 5 early True God Realm and middle True God Realm experts of the world of souls were frightened at this moment. Staying in such a deadly formation and forbidden formation, they had to use their divine techniques to resist the murderous light. They were in a perilous situation. This killing power is simply... The white tiger couldn't help but gulp. Even the calm Baiziki and Yangqi's eyes flickered. Boom! The void rumbled. Unparalleled killing lights surged and covered the world, attacking everyone in this area. Every single killing light was powerful and terrifying. Every single killing light was extremely sharp. Ah! Another scream rang out as another half-step true god was smashed to pieces by the killing light of the cosmos-suppressing origin killing formation. His soul and body were destroyed as well, and he died in body and soul. At the same time, Lin Tian moved, using the Celestial One Soul incantation. Soul power intertwined around his body as he used this divine art to control the 1,000 forbid dance, 10,000 seals grand formation, and the cosmos suppressing origin killing formation. Killing light filled the sky as he appeared in front of an early true god from the world of souls. The expert's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated. The killing light around Lin Tian's body was too terrifying, and so was the sealing power. However, he was too slow. Lin Tian stepped forward and pressed down with his right hand. The killing light filled the sky, and the sealing power fell on the man, instantly drowning him. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere as the man's body exploded. Only his soul barely survived. Shocked, terrified, and angry, he quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, a dense mass of killing light and sealing power fell together, landing on this person's divine soul. No! A miserable shriek reverberated. This person's divine soul was immediately covered in cracks, and then it shattered with a sizzling sound. How could this be? This scene caused the cultivators in Qingyi City to tremble once again. How long had it been? One of their true god-level experts had been killed just like that. Human! Inside the killing formation, the city lord of Qingyi City roared, shaking off the killing light. The evil killing power that filled the sky pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. Without any complicated movements, he directly punched out. This punch appeared extremely simple, but in reality it was not so. As the punch was thrown, the surrounding dense killing light and sealing power surged like a vast ocean, directly shattering the evil killing power that this person had unleashed. After which, it steadily landed on the person's chest, and with a bang, it sent him flying dozens of feet away. Then he stepped forward, controlling the killing power in the sky to press forward again. In fact, at this time he could have left with Baiziki's group while the 10,000 Seals Great Arrays and the 10 Horns Universe suppressing Yuan killing formation were suppressing the city, Lord of Qingyi City, and the others. He could have used the world teleportation array in the center of the capital to leave the world of souls and return to the celestial region. However, he didn't do so. Firstly, he wanted to test the might of the 10 complete 1,000 Seals Grand Formations and the 10 Horns Universe, suppressing Yuan killing formation when they were combined. Secondly, since the other party wanted to kill them as soon as possible, he naturally didn't need to show them any mercy. Since he had already suppressed more than 10 people with the killing formation and restriction formation, he would kill all of them. Boom! Rolling killing light interweaved in this space. The 10 complete 10,000 Seals Great Arrays and the 10 Horns Universe suppressing Yuan killing formation worked together. The sealing power and killing power coexisted, suppressing all directions. The killing power was terrifying. Ah! With an ear-piercing scream, another half-step true god was directly chopped into pieces, his body and soul destroyed. At the same time, Lin Tian appeared in front of the city, Lord of Qingyi City, who had been sent flying. The endless sealing power and killing power pressed down together like the Milky Way. Poof! This combination of power was somewhat terrifying. Even the city Lord of Qingyi City, who was a peak true god, could not withstand it at all. He was directly crushed into pieces by the killing power and sealing power. City Lord. Many cultivators in Kingy City could not help but cry out in shock. Their city lord had a peak true god cultivation base, but at this time his physical body was actually shattered like this. Even Whooshing Crocodile and the others could not help but be shocked. It's really terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Peak true god experts were very powerful, but now they were completely unable to withstand the combination of the sealing power and killing power in this place. Yeah. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice, waving its little paws at Lin Tian, as if cheering for Lin Tian and cheering for him. In the killing array, the city lord of King E City's body shattered. His divine soul retreated and quickly began to reform his body. I won't give you a chance. Lin Tiandao. He was very fast. In an instant, he had arrived in front of the city lord. He used the divine one soul art to mobilize the sealing power and killing power in all directions. With this killing power and sealing power, he used the primal chaos emperor fist to form the killing and sealing true dragon divine soul. Poof! The city lord of King E City's newly reformed body was shattered again. Blood splattered everywhere, and even his divine soul was injured. Damn it! The city lord roared. His divine soul retreated again, and he began to reform his body again. Lin Tiandao snorted. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body, and he activated the 5 lightning divine territory. Bolts of purple divine lightning fell from the sky, forming a sea of lightning that surrounded him and the city lord of King E City. Then he stepped forward. As if he had teleported, he changed his figure within this domain-type divine technique. He appeared beside the city lord of King E again. Then he unleashed another primal chaos emperor fist that was filled with killing power and sealing power. Poof! Once again, the city lord of King E City exploded. His expression became even more shocked and furious. At the same time, he was filled with fear. His divine soul released a dazzling divine light, and he quickly repaired his body. At the same time, he activated his soul power divine ability. His soul power interweaved into celestial and bird-like figures that pressed down on Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao raised his hand. His hand was filled with killing power and sealing power. He directly slapped all the celestial and bird-like figures into pieces. Then, using the domain-type divine ability of the 5 lightning divine territory, he appeared in front of the city lord of Kingy City in the next instant and slapped down again. Crack! The killing power and sealing power in the sky combined and landed on the city lord of King E City's divine soul. Cracks appeared on his divine soul. The city lord of King E City groaned and quickly retreated. His divine soul shone as he used a special technique to repair his divine soul. Don't waste your energy. I'll finish you off with the next attack. Lin Tiandao. His voice was calm. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique to the maximum, mobilizing 80% of the sealing and killing power of the 20 formations. Then he stepped forward. Using the domain-type divine ability of the 5 lightning divine territory, he instantly appeared in front of the city lord of King E City. He mobilized 80% of the sealing and killing power to press down on the city lord of King E City, directly enveloping the entire space. Break for me! The city lord of King E City felt the threat of death. He roared angrily, using his divine soul to display his strongest battle power. However, it was useless. The powerful divine power that he released with his divine soul was instantly crushed into pieces. It was also at this time that Lin Tiandao mobilized 80% of the sealing and killing power to completely land on the city lord of King E City. No. With a furious roar, the city lord of King E City's divine soul immediately exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. For a moment, the expressions of all the cultivators of the world of dead souls in King E City changed drastically. They couldn't help but tremble. City, city lord, how could this be? How is this possible? The faces of the cultivators of the world of dead souls turned pale. Their city lord, a peak true god powerhouse, the strongest person in King E City, was now dead. Within the killing formation, the other powerhouses were also stunned. A peak true god was killed just like that. So powerful. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger couldn't help but widen their eyes. Yeah, the little Taichu called out in its childish voice again, waving its little paws at Lin Tianyi. Boom! Within the killing formation, the sealing and killing power continued to sweep through, shaking the entire space. Lin Tian was in the middle of it, his expression calm. In reality, the process of him killing the city, Lord of King E City, might have seemed fast, but it wasn't simple at all. He had used all his strength to activate the 10,000 Seals formation and the 10 Horns universe, suppressing Yuan killing formation at the same time, and then mobilized 80% of the power of the 20 formations to attack. This step was very taxing. At this moment, his gaze fell on the other people in the killing formation, and he directly stepped forward to suppress them. Poof! He appeared in front of an early-stage, true god powerhouse and slapped down. The killing power and sealing power in the sky intertwined and crashed down on the other party. With a poof, the early-stage, true god powerhouse exploded. His divine soul quickly retreated with a look of fear. Lin Tian looked at the other party and took a step forward. The killing power and sealing power in the sky moved with him, turning into a killing and sealing sea. It directly covered the other party's divine soul and mercilessly crushed it. Chapter 1739. The blood of the real body experts floated in the air, causing the faces of all the world of dead souls cultivators in King E City to turn pale. This is unbelievable. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Not long after, Lin Tian had killed the city master of King E City, who was at the peak of the true god level. Then he had killed another true god. Think about it. Even a peak true god city master was killed so quickly. That's not really a big deal. And Shui said. Ling Yun nodded. That's true. Boom! In front of him, divine power surged and killing intent surged. The 10 complete 1,000 Forbidance 10,000 Seals formation combined with the Qing Kuin suppressing Yuan killing formation. The sealing power and the killing power intertwined, causing black vortexes to appear in the surrounding void. The space was annihilated inch by inch. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all like a killing god. His expression was calm as he took a step forward and casually slapped down with his palm. Uft, pft, uft. Blood splattered everywhere. The last few half-step true god experts did not even have the time to groan before they were annihilated by the sealing force and killing force. All of them died in body and soul. However, this was not a big deal because it was not difficult for him to kill a half-step true god with his own strength. Now, with the cooperation of such a killing formation and sealing formation, it was naturally much easier to kill such a person without any difficulty. In an instant, there were only 3 early-stage true gods and 2 mid-stage true gods from the world of dead souls left. The 5 of them stood together, resisting the killing and sealing forces while looking at Lin Tian cautiously. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian faced the 5 of them without any hesitation. Together with the 5 Thunder's sacred realm, he instantly stepped in front of them. Boom! As soon as he stepped into this place, he activated the Heavenly One Soul Mantra. The sealing and killing powers in all directions surged and crashed down on the 5 of them. It was unknown how many times stronger than the sealing powers of a normal killing light. The 5 of them couldn't help but tremble. All of them let out low roars as they utilized divine Tao laws and formidable divine techniques to resist Qin Shi with all their might. Rumble. 5 types of divine Tao laws and powerful divine arts collided with the surging sealing energy and killing energy. Both sides collided with each other, and strands of lightning and lightning shook this place. Shwa, with the sound of breaking through space, Lin Tian used the 5 lightning god domain to teleport. He appeared in front of one of the early true god experts and punched out mercilessly with his primal chaos emperor fist. This early stage true deity expert felt a chill run down his spine. After using a divine technique, he quickly moved away, pulling apart the distance between him and Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian had unleashed the 5 lightning divine domain. Within the space enveloped by the 5 lightning divine domain, he could move to any position with lightning in the blink of an eye. The early true god expert's retreat was completely meaningless. Lin Tian appeared behind him in the next instant. The man's expression changed. You, boom! Lin Tian raised his hand and pressed down. The boundless sealing energy and killing energy that he mobilized directly enveloped the man. At the same time, a divine transformation talisman combined with the sealing energy and killing energy that filled the sky fell on the man's body. Ah! Blood splattered and an ear-piercing scream rang out. This early true god expert was directly smashed into pieces. His divine soul was also obliterated into ashes by the divine transformation talisman and the divine transformation talisman. For a moment, there were only 4 world of death experts left within the range of the 1,000 restriction and 10,000 seals formation and the universe, suppressing Yuan killing formation. 2 of them were mid-stage true gods, while the other 2 were early-stage true gods. The 4 of them looked extremely unsightly. They tried to retreat from the killing formation, but it was completely useless. Don't struggle. None of you will survive. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. Moreover, at this time, he exerted his full strength once again. He activated the 10,000 restriction and 10,000 seals formation and the universe suppressing Yuan killing formation to the limit at the same time, cooperating with the 5 lightning divine domain to launch the fiercest attack. Boom! 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 Thunder rolled, ear-piercing and soul-stirring, shattering pieces of space one after another. Ah! There was a blood-curdling scream. Another early-stage true god expert was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian. His divine soul was obliterated in the blink of an eye. There are 3 more. Lin Tian's voice was calm. He shuttled back and forth, surrounded by the power of thunder, the power of sealing, and the power of slaughter. He was invincible. In the next 100 breaths, he killed the last 3 true god-level cultivators from the world of souls in this place, one after another. Immediately, the space became much quieter. In the capital, all the cultivators from the world of death turned pale. How could this be? Everyone began to tremble as they staggered backwards. 10 half-step true gods, 5 early-stage true gods, 2 mid-stage true gods, and 1 peak true god. They were the core battle force of King Yi's capital. Now they were all killed so easily by a young celestial king. Boy, you're terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile flashed over and said. Then, Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others appeared beside him. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, let's go. Killing marks surrounded the space. He glanced at the other cultivators from the world of death in King Yi's capital. Then he called Baiziki and the others to go with him to the pagoda in the center of the capital. At this time, all the cultivators above the half-step true god level in King Yi's capital were dead. No one in the entire capital could threaten them. They didn't need to worry about anything as they walked. The cultivators from the world of death in King Yi's capital looked at them, their faces pale. They watched the group of people walk toward the pagoda in the center of the capital, but no one dared to move. After all, Lin Tian had just killed 18 cultivators, including the city lord, who was a peak true god. It was truly terrifying. Even though these people had seen Lin Tian do it with their own eyes, they still felt a bone-deep fear for Lin Tian. Lin Tian ignored them. He walked with Ling Yun and the others into the pagoda in the center of the capital. They came to a huge teleportation formation at the top of the pagoda. At a glance, dense formation runes were intertwined. It looked very complicated and gave off a faint glow. Can this teleportation formation really lead from here to the immortal region and to other great realms? White Tiger looked at the formation. Yes, as long as you have the coordinates. Lin Tiandao. He cultivated the Tiani Soul mantra and was very good at formations. He could tell at a glance that this teleportation formation was extraordinary. Let's go. He knew the coordinates of the immortal region very well. At this time, he called Baiziki and the others to enter the teleportation formation. He channeled his soul power into the formation, and it immediately activated. After a flash of light, the group was swallowed up, and they disappeared. Darkness covered their vision, and they were pulled into the void. After some time, they were shaken out of the dark void by a huge force. They stepped on solid ground again, and their vision became bright again. Looking around, they saw immortal mountains all around them. White clouds lingered in the sky, and dense immortal spiritual energy intertwined. The immortal region. We're back. Chapter 1740. Every great world had a specific aura. Generally speaking, when a cultivator stayed in a great world for a long time, they would be able to sense it. At this time, the group instantly knew that they were now in the celestial realm. Of course, Lin Tian had used the celestial realm's coordinates to cross to this place through the world teleportation array, so there was no mistake. We've finally left the world of souls. Whooshing Crocodile said, that world was full of enemies. It was really not a good thing. Of course, they did not suffer in that world. Instead, their strength improved greatly and they obtained many treasures. It could be considered a good trip. Around them, there were mountains and open terrain. They were not where they were in the celestial realm at the beginning, but somewhere else. Naturally, the group did not care about this. Lin Tian looked around and followed a direction. He called Baiziki and the others to go to the mortal world of the celestial realm. Although the celestial realm was a vast world of cultivation, in the end, the number of mortals still far exceeded the number of cultivators. Of course, this was the same in any major world. No matter which major world it was, the number of mortals was the greatest, because no matter which major world it was, there would always be space for mortals to live. About a few hours later, he and Baiziki came to a place in the mortal world. He took out a spatial container. It was the container that the cultivators of the world of souls used to suppress many ordinary mortals in the celestial realm. He released all the ordinary people in it. This is not where you lived before, but it is suitable for you to live here. He opened his mouth and said to these ordinary people, you can choose to settle down here. Of course, you can also choose to go elsewhere. It was safe to put these people here. There were no cultivators in this area. They were all ordinary people. There were more than 10,000 ordinary people released from the spatial container. They were collected from different places by the cultivators of the world of souls. All of them bowed to Lin Tian with excitement on their faces. Lin Tian had saved them. They were still alive. Lin Tian waved his hand and said a few words to these people. Then he called Baiziki and the others to leave. Thank you, Immortal. The tens of thousands of ordinary people all bowed and kowtowed. In the eyes of these ordinary people, those who could fly were undoubtedly the legendary immortals. Lin Tianyi and the others quickly left that place and traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles. Let's go back. Lin Tian said, let's go back. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said, come to think of it, it's been a long time since we left. Of course, it knew that Lin Tian was referring to returning to the 10 directions, celestial domain. Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others nodded in agreement. Sister Wu Yi is from the same world as you, right? And Shui asked with bright eyes. Lin Tian nodded. Then I will go back with you. And Shui said hurriedly. He admired Wu Yi very much and wanted to see Wu Yi again. All right. Lin Tian naturally had no objections. Immediately, he tore open the portal with his powerful Immortal King cultivation base and led the group into it. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot. Their field of vision instantly turned dark. The next moment, they stepped out of the void and appeared in the vast, starry sky. Looking around, they saw huge stars dotted all around them. They were intertwined with different colors and looked very beautiful. These are the stars in the starry sky. They are so beautiful. And Shui's eyes lit up. She was born in the celestial domain and had always cultivated there. She had never come to the lower realm, so this was the first time she saw a star up close. Lin Tian smiled faintly and moved again. He pulled open the starry passage, and the group of people stepped into it, enveloped in golden divine light. In the next moment, they appeared before a colorful planet. We're here. A faint light flashed across his eyes. The multicolored starlight was hazy. It was incomparably huge and had a standard circular shape. It had a very familiar fluctuation. Is Big Sister in here? Ziyu's eyes lit up, and she was a little excited. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Judging from all the traces, Ziyu and Ziyu were sisters. Immediately, he led the group into the 10 directions ancient star. In the next moment, they appeared in the 10th heaven, then left the 10th heaven and appeared in the 9th heaven. In the 9th heaven, there were many mountains. They were all extraordinary, but compared to the big mountains in the celestial domain, the difference was too big. In other words, the two couldn't be compared at all. I'll take Ziyu to find little Z first, then return to the immortal court. What about you guys? He asked Baiziki and the others. Let's go home. Baiziki's words were simple. He had left his family for hundreds of years. Now that he returned to the 10 directions heaven, he naturally had to go back to his family as soon as possible. I'm going to find Master, Lingyan said. Speaking of which, that old man shouldn't be as powerful as me now. His master was the 1000/Sword Emperor. His cultivation base was at the Emperor realm. Now that so many years have passed, he had reached the celestial immortal realm. He felt that he must have surpassed his master. I'll go with you. And Shui said to Lin Tiandao. She had already heard that the elder sister Ziyu was looking for. The Violet Fairy was a good friend of Wu Yi. She lived in the same place as Wu Yi. Lin Tian took Ziyu to find the Violet Fairy. Naturally, he would go to Wu Yi's place. Master Tiger will go with you. I'm not familiar with this world. White Tiger said. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu naturally followed Lin Tianyi. Little Taichu also wanted to see Wu Yi. Ziyu didn't say anything, but she was the most excited one in the group. Okay, I'll see you in the immortal court later. Lin Tian said to Baiziki and Lingyan. Immediately, the group separated. Baiziki went back to the Bai family. Lingyan went to find his master, the 1000/Sword Emperor, and he took Ziyu. And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger to Misty Mountain. Misty Mountain was located in the eastern region of the 9th heaven. His speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the periphery of Misty Mountain with Ziyu, and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. Looking around, there were mountains in front of them, like ancient dragons, mixed with an extraordinary aura. Here, White Tiger was a little moved. Compared to the many immortal mountains in the immortal domain, the mountains here didn't look tall at all. They could even be said to be very short and small. But at this time, looking at these mountains here, it gave him an inexplicable feeling of trembling in his heart. It seems very scary, and Shui also widened her eyes. Obviously, this place was surrounded by spiritual energy, and the air was fresh, but she still felt a little scared. Lin Tian was very calm. Wu Yi lived in this place all year round. With that kind of strength, even if this place is a wasteland, it will gradually be changed by Wu Yi's aura, slowly becoming terrifying. Moreover, this kind of horror can't be felt by people with low cultivation bases. On the contrary, the higher the cultivation base, the more terrifying it will be. Let's go. He called a group of people and entered Misty Mountain using a special method. Soon after, they arrived at the center of Misty Mountain. In the center of Misty Mountain, the most majestic immortal peak stood alone, surrounded by clouds and mist, interweaving with immortal brilliance. This is the central peak of Misty Mountain, the Misty Peak. Elder brother Lin Tian, come up quickly. A voice sounded on the peak. A girl in red stood on the peak, waving happily at Lin Tian. It was Ai. Lin Tian stood at the bottom of Misty Peak and looked up. Every time he came to this place, he would always be discovered at the first moment. He smiled faintly and led Ziyu and Shui and the others into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they reached the peak of Misty Peak. Little Ai, he smiled and said. He simply introduced Ai and Shui, White Tiger, and Ziyu to each other. As for Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, Ai already knew them, so there was no need to introduce them. Ai greeted and Shui, White Tiger, and Ziyu politely. Then she looked at Lin Tiandao and said, Master knows that elder brother Lin Tian is here. He is waiting for you in the small courtyard in front. Let's go over. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. Then he and little Ai walked towards the center of Misty Peak. Soon, the faint fragrance of tea floated in the air. A simple courtyard appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by a fence, which had an ancient feel to it. There was a small wooden table in the courtyard. Wu Yi, who was wearing a white dress, was making tea. She naturally sensed that Lin Tianyi and the others were here. She looked up and nodded gently at Lin Tian. She didn't like to talk much, but Lin Tian naturally understood the meaning of her gesture. She was inviting him in. Little Taichu shook its wings and flew over. It landed on Wu Yi's shoulder and rubbed Wu Yi's cheek intimately. Other than Lin Tian, the little guy liked Wu Yi the most. Wu Yi smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Elder sister Wu Yi, it's me. Do you still remember me? I'm in Shui. And Shui was the second to jump over. It was both happy and excited. Wu Yi nodded at Shui. It was obvious that she still remembered Shui. She said softly, welcome. Yes. And Shui became even happier and more excited. Next to Lin Tian, the white tiger looked at Wu Yi with its eyes wide open. It was hard to imagine that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Then, in the next moment, he flashed over and stood up like a human. He looked at Wu Yi seriously and said, beautiful! Bang! A golden palm print fell. Lin Tian made a move and slapped it tens of thousands of feet away. Ow! Boy Lin! The white tiger's wail came from afar. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the white tiger and couldn't help but shake its head and sigh. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Tian stepped into the courtyard and came to the small wooden table. He smiled at Wu Yi and said, the tea smells good. Wu Yi didn't say anything. She just nodded lightly. Chapter 1741. This is... Looking at Ziyu, Wu Yi asked softly. Lin Tian was slightly moved. This was the first time he had seen Wu Yi take the initiative to ask a stranger she had met for the first time. Then, a wisp of light flashed in his eyes. Wu Yi must have seen something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken like this. Her name is Ziyu, a fae from the immortal region. He said. Wu Yi didn't say anything, but a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes again. Sit, she said to Ziyu. Lin Tian was even more certain that Wu Yi must have seen something. After a pause, he opened his mouth again and said to Wu Yi, she's a fae from the immortal region. She said, she's little purple sister. Wu Yi nodded. She wasn't surprised and didn't say anything. She poured the brewed tea for Lin Tian and the others. Beautiful sister wears big sister. Ziyu was very excited. The light in her eyes was very strong. She looked around, and then looked at Wu Yi and asked. At this time on this ethereal peak, she felt an extremely strong bloodline aura similar to hers. She's in seclusion. She'll come out in about 7 days. Wu Yi said softly. Lin Tian looked at the deepest part of Ethereal Peak. He knew that there were several extraordinary places in that place. When Wu Yi and the Violet Fairy were in seclusion, they were there. Then let's wait for another 7 days, he said to Ziyu with a smile. Ziyu nodded. Okay. At this time, she was very excited and wanted to see the Violet Fairy immediately. She wanted to see her sister, who she had never seen before. However, after knowing that the Violet Fairy was in seclusion, she forced herself to suppress the urge to see the Violet Fairy immediately. She appeared very obedient. Lin Tianyi smiled, picked up the teacup in front of him, and drank it in one gulp. It wasn't that he was very bold, but that the teacup was too small. Wu Yi picked up the teapot and filled it for him. When Lin Tian saw her holding the teapot, he couldn't help but recall the scene when she was forcefully dragged into Extremine Hall because of her own origin. At that time, when she appeared, she was holding a teapot and asking him if he wanted to drink some tea. Thinking about it, that scene was too natural, and Shui sat at the side, his eyes shining. He stared at Wu Yi without blinking, as if he wanted to swallow Wu Yi whole. Purple Moon, on the other hand, kept her eyes fixed on the depths of Misty Peak. She already knew that the Violet Fairy was in seclusion there. The group stayed at this place. After Wu Yi finished making tea, she led the group around the Misty Peak. Of course, it was mainly to show Ziyu and Shui around. Around the Misty Peak, there were all kinds of trees and immortal plants, all of which were surrounded by extraordinary radiance. Wisps of exotic fragrance intertwined, and some spiritual lights even automatically transformed into spirit butterflies that fluttered around the Misty Peak. It looked like the world of gods. What a beautiful environment! And Shui's eyes lit up, not to mention her, who was here for the first time. Even Lin Tian, who had been here many times, would occasionally look at the scenery around the Misty Peak with sparkling eyes. This place was really too extraordinary. The group walked around the Misty Peak, simply walking through every corner of the Misty Peak. Time flew, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! On this day, a powerful fluctuation rushed out from the depths of the Misty Peak, and a faint immortal king aura spread out. Lin Tian looked in that direction, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Half-step immortal king. He knew that the Violet Fairy had come out of seclusion and reached the half-step immortal king realm. It was also at this time that the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a light flashed. The Violet Fairy flashed out from the depths of the Misty Peak, and faint divine light intertwined around her body. Little E, I've broken through. From far away, the Violet Fairy shouted in their direction. Then she saw Lin Tian beside Wu Yi and was immediately delighted. In the blink of an eye, she came near them, and her speed was very fast. However, in the next moment, before she had time to greet Lin Tian, she saw Ziyu beside Lin Tian, and her expression changed slightly. When Ziyu saw the Violet Fairy appear, her eyes instantly widened. She truly felt the same bloodline aura as her own, and she became unprecedentedly excited and happy. Big sister. When she saw the Violet Fairy, she immediately pounced over and couldn't help but bring about waves of pure light. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the Violet Fairy and reached out with both hands to hug her. The Violet Fairy moved to the left and dodged. I don't know you. Ziyu missed, but she was still very happy. She looked at the Violet Fairy and said, Oh right, I forgot. Big sister, this is the first time you've seen me. She explained, I am Ziyu, the phase Ziyu. My mother is Ling Yueshi, and my father is Zi Huaikong. As she spoke, the light behind her intertwined, and a pair of beautiful wings appeared. She said to the Violet Fairy, Big sister, look, Ziyu didn't lie to you. Ziyu and Big Sister are both Fae. Our bloodlines are the same. The Violet Fairy looked at the light wings behind Ziyu, and her expression became somewhat ugly. I'm not your sister, and I'm definitely not a Fae. You've got the wrong person. No. Although Ziyu has never seen Big Sister before, I can clearly feel Big Sister's Fae aura. You are Big Sister, Ziyu said. Isn't Big Sister's name Violet Fairy? Mother personally named it. Z, you can't be wrong. It's just a coincidence. The Violet Fairy said, the world is so big. Your sister isn't the only one called Violet Fairy. But you clearly have such a pure Fae aura, and you clearly resonate with Ziyu's origin. How could Ziyu be wrong? How could she be wrong? Ziyu looked at the Violet Fairy and suddenly thought of something. That's right. Father said that because of an accident, Big Sister was swallowed by the chaotic space. Could it be that because of that accident, Big Sister lost her memory? My memory is very good. I haven't lost my memories. I'm not your sister, and I'm definitely not a Fae. You've got the wrong person. The Violet Fairy's expression became even uglier. You looked at the Violet Fairy and took a step towards her. But no buts. I'm not of the same race as you, and we don't have the slightest bit of blood relationship, the Violet Fairy said. She turned into a beam of light and flew out of Misty Mountain. Woo-ee, big brother, I'm going back to Fae King Palace. I have something to do. Her speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the line of sight of the group. For a moment, the atmosphere in this place became a little strange. You're really not sisters? Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth. Lin Tian frowned. Previously, he was very sure that Ziyu and the Violet Fairy were sisters. He even thought that after the two of them met, both sides would be very happy. But he didn't expect that it would turn out like this. However, he didn't deny that the two of them were sisters because of this. This was because the Violet Fairy's reaction was very strange. Big Sister. You looked in the direction where the Violet Fairy left. She was a little stunned, and then she felt a little wronged. Why didn't you recognize Ziyu? You're clearly a Fae, and your bloodline is exactly the same as Ziyu's. You didn't recognize you wrongly. Chapter 1742. Lin Tian looked at Ziyu's aggrieved expression and felt a little helpless. Wu-ee, what do you think? He asked Wu-ee. The Violet Fairy's behavior was clearly a little abnormal. It didn't seem like she had lost her memories. Wu-ee shook her head and said, she will speak when she wants to. She and Lin Tianyi could also sense that the Violet Fairy was a little abnormal. However, she didn't ask too much because the Violet Fairy didn't look happy. She walked back to the small courtyard and waved at Ziyu. Her voice was very soft. Ziyu, come here. Ziyu is 16 years old now. She was the youngest person here. When she heard Wu Yi's voice, she glanced in the direction where the Violet Fairy had left. Then she walked over to Wu Yi and sat down at the small wooden table in the courtyard. She then raised her head and looked in the direction where the Violet Fairy had left. And Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and White Tiger looked at each other. At this time, the atmosphere here wasn't very good. Lin Tian looked in the direction where the Violet Fairy had left and sighed slightly. He said to Wu Yi, I'll go back to the Immortal Court. Will Ziyu stay here with you? Wu Yi sat down beside Ziyu and nodded at Lin Tian. I also want to stay here. And Shui said weakly. He looked at Wu Yi and asked, can I? Wu Yi nodded. He naturally wouldn't refuse. And Shui immediately became very happy. Ziyu, you can stay here for now. Wu Yi will take care of you, he said to Ziyu. Then he said to Wu Yi and Shui and Ai. Then he called Little Tai Chu, Whooshing Crocodile, and White Tiger and left. Goodbye, Yi. See you again. Little Tai Chu lay on Lin Tian's head and waved its little paws at Wu Yi. Lin Tian blushed with shame when he heard this. The little guy really knew how to talk. He rose into the air above the Misty Peak and soon left the range of the Misty Peak, heading towards the Celestial Court. Like the Misty Peak, The immortal court was located in the eastern region of the ninth heaven. With his current speed, it didn't take him long to reach the immortal court. As far as the eye could see, the immortal court was located in the green mountain of the 10 directions. Spiritual energy was dense, and dragon chi surrounded it. Its aura was extraordinary. So this is the immortal court that you established in the beginning. It is indeed extraordinary. The white tiger said, compared to some of the powerful inheritances in the immortal region, the immortal court in front of him might not be very shocking. However, in the starry sky, he was sure that it was definitely at the peak. Yes, Lin Tiandao. With whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger, he stepped out of the celestial court with just one step, startling all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals guarding the gate, who quickly bowed to him. Do your own thing, don't worry about me. Lin Tiandao never cared about such superficial etiquette. After that, he took whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu to a large courtyard in the depths of the celestial court. In this courtyard, the immortal earth pistol was filled with a delicate fragrance. Brother! A figure rushed over quickly and clung to Lin Tian. It was Lin Shi, who had become more beautiful. At the same time, Jiyu, Shui, Baiqiu, and Sushu also followed. There was a 10 directions immortal array left by Lin Tian in the celestial court, and they were personally controlling it. As soon as Lin Tian entered the celestial court, they immediately felt Lin Tian's aura. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head dotingly, then looked at Jiyu and the other girls and said with a smile, "I'm back." Speaking of which, it hadn't been long since he left the 10 directions heavenly domain, because he had returned to the celestial court once after coming out of the Wukong domain. Baiqiu giggled and walked over. She circled around Lin Tian and sized him up, then looked surprised. "You're already an immortal king." When Lin Tian left, he was only a golden immortal, but now, in just a few years, he had reached the immortal king realm. It had to be said that such a cultivation speed was terrifying. They didn't slack in their cultivation at all in the celestial court. They either had king bodies or great aptitudes, but now they had only reached the early stage, heaven, immortal realm. Very powerful. Jiyu smiled. In his words, he's definitely stronger than us. Sushu said, "That's right." Shui agreed. Several hundred years had already passed. Although they did not spend a lot of time with Lin Tian during this period of time, they were already able to get along with each other in an extremely easygoing manner. They no longer felt shy, embarrassed, or anything like that. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Little Sushu is right. Then he introduced the white tiger and the girls to each other. Although the girls couldn't compare to Wu Yi, they were all outstanding beauties, and few people could compare to them. The white tiger couldn't help but stare at them. However, because whooshing crocodile had told it some things in advance, it was very obedient this time. It returned the greetings to the girls one by one, then said to Lin Tiandao, "Boy Lin, you're such a beast. You've abducted so many girls." Lin Tian's face darkened, and he couldn't help but want to kick it. On this day, the celestial court was more or less lively. She held Lin Tian's arm, while Jiyu and the others sat on the side, asking Lin Tian about all kinds of things that happened in the outside world in the past few years. Big Brother is back? He clearly appeared in the ninth heaven, but he didn't even come to greet his lovely little sister. Let's suppress him later. Baiqiu gritted her teeth. Lin Tian nodded immediately. Of course, I can provide you with a little help in secret. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother-in-law, no one can do such a thing. Poor brother-in-law. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In half a month, Lin Tian was always with Lin Shi and Jiyu, taking the girls to the lower heavens. They visited the barbarian race, the Emergence Dao sect, the Bai family, the Burning Sun sect, the Valley of the Harp, the Northern Flame Empire, and other places. They visited many elders and old friends, gave a lot of gifts, and at the same time engraved new protective arrays for several major forces. Baiqiu originally wanted to suppress her brother and lock him in a small dark room for a few days. but after returning to the Bai family, she didn't take action. After all, a group of elders in the family was watching, and she was really embarrassed to do it. At the same time, in the process of traveling to the lower heavens, Lin Tian learned a lot of other things. An old drunkard and Qing Xian never returned to the Burning Sun sect. There has been no news about them in these years, and Fan Ningxiong and He Jiao haven't returned since they went out for experience. Where did the old man take mistress? Lin Tian muttered to himself, and then thought of Fan Ningxiong and He Jiao. Those two guys, I wonder how they are now. When your comes out, I'll ask her to calculate. An old drunkard was very powerful, and Yenya couldn't calculate it, but it shouldn't be a problem for her to calculate Fan Ningxiong and He Jiao. The scorching sun hung in the sky. Half a month later, he brought the girls back to the immortal court from the lower heaven domain. On this day, he and the girls briefly talked about some things, and then left the immortal court, heading towards the ethereal mountain. He was very concerned about Ziyu and the Violet Fairy. His speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to reach the center of the ethereal mountain, the ethereal peak. However, Ziyu wasn't on the ethereal peak. Little you went to the Fey King Palace. Chapter 1743. Half a month ago, the Violet Fairy had left Misty Peak for the Fey Imperial Palace. Although Purple Moon had stayed on Misty Peak for a few days, she couldn't stay any longer. She wanted to see the Violet Fairy, so she asked AI about the Fey Imperial Palace. AI didn't hide anything and told Ziwa many things about the Demon King Palace, including the location of the Demon King Palace. Then, the next day, Ziwa disappeared. It didn't take much to figure out that Ziwa went to the Demon King Palace. Lin Tian nodded and said goodbye to Wu Yi. He then left Misty Peak and went to the Demon King Palace. Wu Yi stood on the peak and looked in the direction of the Demon King Palace. His eyes were calm, but he seemed to be thinking about something. Whoosh! Lin Tian was very fast. He left Misty Peak far away in the blink of an eye and came to a vast ancient vein in the eastern region. Looking around, there were groups of celestial mountains in the ancient vein. There were magnificent palaces, which were intertwined with rich spiritual qi and demon qi. Lin Tian came to this place and entered through the main gate of the Demon King Palace, which shocked all the monsters outside. Lord Immortal Emperor. All the monsters bowed. It was known in the cultivation world of the 10 Heavens domain that Lin Tian was the elder brother of a demon king. They also knew that Lin Tian was the master of the immortal court. Now that Lin Tian came to this place, these monsters didn't dare to be negligent. They were all very respectful. Lin Tian didn't put on any airs. He asked one of the monsters, "Did a little girl come here a few days ago?" "About 16 years old." Yes. The monster quickly nodded and said, "That girl claimed to be the Demon King's sister, and she was very powerful." These monsters were only at the airborne realm. A few days ago, when Ziwe came here, her aura scared them quite a bit. After all, Ziwe was at the true immortal realm. To airborne realm cultivators, she was practically a god. Where is she now? Lin Tian continued to ask. In the Demon King's small courtyard. The great demon said she claimed to be the Demon Emperor's younger sister. No one stopped her. Besides, the great demon was a little embarrassed. No one could stop her. In the Demon King Palace, other than Violet Fairy, who was a half-step immortal king, the other 3 supreme elders were the strongest. However, their current cultivation bases were merely at the half-step Empyrean realm, so it was impossible for them to stop Violet Moon. Lin Tian nodded. He asked for the exact location of the great demon's Demon Emperor's courtyard, and then stepped into the Demon Emperor's palace. Following the direction indicated by the greater demon, he quickly arrived outside the Demon Emperor courtyard. "Elder sister, can you massage your shoulders?" As soon as he arrived at the courtyard, he heard the sound. He looked into the courtyard and saw the purple moon circling around the Violet Fairy. Wherever the Violet Fairy went, she would follow. I told you I'm not your sister. Get out. The Violet Fairy said in a deep voice. Obviously, Ziyue was very stubborn. Lin Tian didn't enter the Fey Emperor courtyard for the time being. He stood quietly under an ancient tree outside the courtyard and looked inside. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. For half a month, Violet Fairy did not go anywhere else but stayed in the small courtyard. Naturally, Purple Moon also stayed in this place. Like a little maid, she followed Violet Fairy around. She served her tea and handed her water. Her face was always full of smiles, and she kept calling her big sister. It was almost as if she was trying to please Violet Fairy. Lin Tian had been staying under the ancient tree outside the small courtyard for half a month. He did not enter the small courtyard, but he quietly observed everything. He then discovered that the Purple Fairy's behavior was very strange. Although it had not been very nice to Ziyue in the past half a month, and had tried to get Ziyue to leave dozens of times, it had not used any forceful means to drive Ziyue away. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he frowned from time to time. However, he still stayed outside the courtyard and didn't enter. With his current cultivation base at the Immortal King realm, if he wanted to hide his aura and stay here, no one in the Demon Emperor Palace would be able to discover him. Even the Violet Fairy, who was a half-step Immortal King, couldn't. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Get out. I have nothing to do with you. On this day, the Violet Fairy became very irritated. He slapped away the tea that Ziyue once again brought over. The exquisite teacup fell to the ground and shattered with a crack. The tea splashed all over the ground, and at the same time, some of the tea fell on Ziyue's hands. Ziyue froze. Her hands were wet from the tea, and she was a little dazed. Then, since the incident at Misty Mountain more than a month ago, she revealed a wronged expression for the second time. The Violet Fairy naturally saw this expression and was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and left. He entered a pavilion in the courtyard and closed the door with a bang. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he frowned again. He no longer stayed outside the courtyard and walked into the Demon Emperor Palace from under the ancient tree. Ziyue. He called out softly. Ziyue raised her head and looked at him. There were tears in her eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. Lin Tian was moved. This 16-year-old girl was very innocent. For the past month, she had been circling around the Violet Fairy like a little handmaiden, trying to please her. Now that she was crying, she was a little absent-minded, and he couldn't help but fall silent. After a pause, he opened his mouth again and said to Ziyue, "Wait outside for a while. I'll go in and take a look." Ziyue's tears fell. She didn't say anything and just stared blankly at the pavilion in front of her. Lin Tian sighed. He could feel that the Violet Fairy and Ziyue's bloodline auras were exactly the same. He believed that the two of them were sisters. He didn't think that he would make things so unpleasant when he brought Ziyue back. He paused again and then walked forward. He pushed open the pavilion door and walked in. The interior of the pavilion was very simple and unadorned. There were many ancient books. The Violet Fairy was in the middle of the pavilion. When she saw Lin Tian come in, she was a little moved. She squeezed out a smile, but didn't say anything. "Little Violet, what happened?" Lin Tian looked at her and asked. "Nothing." The Violet Fairy shook her head. Then she was a little dazed, as if she was thinking about something. Lin Tian looked at her and wanted to ask something, but in the end he didn't ask. Looking at the Violet Fairy in a daze, he stood in the pavilion and accompanied her. He didn't speak, and the Violet Fairy didn't speak either. She was in a daze from time to time. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After 7 days, Lin Tian sighed. Only then did he remember that Ziyue was still outside. He pushed open the door of the pavilion and walked out. The small courtyard was still the same. The broken pieces of the teacup on the ground were gone, and the tea leaves on the ground were also gone. It seemed that someone had cleaned up. At the same time, Ziyue was also gone. The girl was no longer in the courtyard. He frowned and spread out his powerful will. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Demon King's palace. However, he still couldn't find any trace of Ziyu. She was no longer in the Demon King's palace. However, in the next moment he was slightly moved. He looked at the front door of the pavilion. There were many words there. Chapter 1744. There was quite a bit of writing in front of the door. Lin Tian glanced over it and frowned. Inside the pavilion, when Lin Tian opened the door, the Violet Fairy was also looking out of the corner of her eye. She saw the writing in front of the pavilion and couldn't help but walk over to read it. Big sister, Ziyu has returned. The clan's sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Ziyu has no time. Although Big Sister doesn't want to acknowledge Ziyu, Ziyu is very, very happy to be able to see Big Sister before she disappears. If you have time in the future, can you go back and pay respects to Mother? Before she passed away, she kept saying Big Sister's name. The writing was neat and delicate, clearly carved by Ziyu. It looked like it had been done several days ago. The Violet Fairy's face paled, and she trembled visibly. Then she became incomparably anxious. A vast demonic light surged and shot directly into the sky. A crack in the void opened, and she rushed into it and disappeared from this world. Lin Tian was moved. He fully unleashed his Immortal King level cultivation and used his powerful divine will to capture the Violet Fairy's aura. He tore open a large crack in the void and followed after her, disappearing from the Fey Emperor Palace. Darkness covered his field of vision, and in the next moment it became bright. He appeared in the starry sky and saw the Violet Fairy tear open a path in the starry sky. She rushed in with unparalleled demonic light and demonic might. He was very fast and rushed in before the path disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the Violet Fairy. Darkness covered his field of vision again, and in the next moment, light reappeared. He and the Violet Fairy appeared in a new world. It was the Immortal Region. Little Violet, what's going on? You and Z, you have the same bloodline. You should be sisters. Why won't you admit it? Wu Yi had said before that when the Violet Fairy wanted to talk about such things, she would do it herself. He didn't want to ask too much at first, but now he couldn't help but ask, also, what is the sacrificial ceremony Ziyu mentioned? What are you so worried about? I can see that Ziyu is talking about the accident you encountered. After that, you didn't lose your memories. These days, he stood outside the Fey Emperor courtyard and silently watched everything for a month. During this time, the Violet Fairy's behavior was too strange. Anyone could see that she was deliberately avoiding something. Accidentally swallowed by the chaotic space. That's what that man told others. The Violet Fairy gritted her teeth, a self-deprecating expression on her face. That man, the one I should call father, was the one who tore open the chaotic space and pushed me in. As she spoke, she rushed towards the Immortal Region's eternal Immortal Region with unconcealable hatred in her eyes. Lin Tian was shocked. What did you say? Without a doubt, the Violet Fairy had already admitted that she was a Fey, and that she was indeed Ziyue's older sister. However, what shocked him the most was that the Violet Fairy's biological father had actually torn open the chaotic space and thrown her into it. The Violet Fairy clenched her teeth. I don't know when it started, but every generation of the Fae would extract the life source from the descendant with the purest bloodline. Then they would refine the Fae King's bloodline fragments and fuse them with it, hoping to resurrect the Fae King. Once the Fae King is resurrected, the Fae race would have no problem dominating the Immortal Region. She continued, back then when I was born, it was said that there were all kinds of visions. Many strong people in the race said that I must be the purest and most powerful Fae with the Fae King's bloodline. At that time, it was said that my father, who was the leader of the Fae race, was very happy. However, after I was born, my Fae bloodline was sealed very tightly and never awakened. Other ordinary Fae can awaken their Fae bloodline at the age of 3, but I didn't even awaken it at the age of 5. That man's face gradually became very ugly to me. At that time, in order to make him happy and let him acknowledge me, even if I knew that after the Fey bloodline awakened and became stronger, my life source would be extracted and I would die, I still worked hard to cultivate day and night. However, until another 3 years passed, the Fey bloodline in my body still didn't move, and there were no signs of awakening. She said somewhat self-deprecatingly, that man must have been very disappointed. Perhaps he felt that I had embarrassed him. Other children of ordinary Fey can awaken their Fey bloodline at the age of 3, but he, the child of the leader of the Fey race, didn't even awaken it at the age of 8. She continued, when I was 8, the adults of the race collectively took the children to the ancient Fey mountains to train. He was always by my side. At first, I was very happy, thinking that he was silently protecting me. So, I worked harder to cultivate in the mountains, worked harder to awaken my Fey bloodline, and worked harder to awaken it. However, what I didn't expect was that while I was working hard to awaken the Fey bloodline sealed in my body, that man, the man I should call father, would suddenly attack me. He directly shattered my spiritual sea and then threw me into the chaotic space. As she spoke, the hatred in her eyes grew stronger, and her hands couldn't help but clench tightly. Before I lost consciousness, I heard his last words. He said that he didn't need a good-for-nothing descendant. Lin Tian's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but tremble. A man would actually kill his own flesh and blood. He actually said that he didn't need a good-for-nothing descendant. The Violet Fairy spoke again. Originally, anyone would die if their spiritual sea was shattered, but perhaps I wasn't destined to die. After I was thrown into the chaotic space, I accidentally fell into an ancient site in the 10 Directions sky domain. That place was surrounded by demonic light, and it was the place where a powerful Fey cultivator from the primordial era passed away. With my spiritual sea shattered, I fell there and coincidentally activated a great technique that the powerful Fey cultivator created before he passed away, which is the great void god slaying Tao that I'm cultivating now. In order to cultivate this technique, the foundation is to first shatter one's own spiritual sea. At that time, my spiritual sea was shattered by him, and at the last moment before I died, I came into contact with the great void god slaying Tao in that ancient site. My dying body automatically activated this divine ability, and I was nourished by this divine ability for a full year. My shattered spiritual sea was reopened, and I survived. I didn't die, but I was left with the disadvantage of losing all my memories and cultivation on a certain date every year. After that, I stayed in the 10 Directions sky domain, never thinking of going back. I sealed away everything that happened in the past, forgetting that I was a Fey. I traveled the 10 Directions sky domain as a Fey, cultivating and fighting, and finally becoming the master of the Fey Imperial Palace. She continued, all these years, I sealed away everything that happened in the past, but I didn't reveal my name because it was given by my mother. At that time, my Fey bloodline hadn't awakened, and only my mother doted on me as usual. Thus, I still kept this name. This is my longing for my mother, and also my guilt towards her. Lin Tian's heart trembled. This 11 or 12-year-old Violet Fairy actually had such a sad and cruel past. Just as he had guessed, the name Violet Fairy was given to him by his mother, whom he loved dearly. That was why he had kept it. Even though he would lose his cultivation and memories every year after he started cultivating the great void god slaying way, he still firmly remembered that he was called Violet Fairy. She said that it was her longing for her mother. He knew that she didn't want to return to the Fey race, but she always wanted to see her mother. She said that it was also her guilt towards her mother. He knew that it was because she knew that her disappearance would cause her mother to be incomparably sad and painful. She clearly didn't die, but she never returned to the Fey race because she felt that she had let down her mother. At the same time, he felt anger towards the Fey race's master, and even killing intent rose in his heart. He found it hard to imagine that a man, a father, would actually kill his own flesh and blood, and the reason was only because her bloodline hadn't awakened. Just how much of a beast was this? Violet Moon's so-called sacrificial ceremony in the race is what you said about extracting the life source and then separating the Fae King's bloodline fragments from the life source. He paused and asked the Violet Fairy. The Violet Fairy gritted her teeth and clenched her hands tightly together. You can't let Violet Moon die. You can't. You can't. She didn't answer Lin Tian directly. Her eyes were full of anxiety and worry, but she also indirectly affirmed Lin Tian's words. Boom! An even more astonishing demonic light appeared outside her body. She directly tore open a space channel and stepped into it. Lin Tian stepped in as well, and then stepped out from another place. The celestial realm was vast and boundless, and they were very far from the eternal immortal state. So, they had to pass through several space channels to reach the eternal immortal state. Not long after, they arrived at an incomparably vast and towering celestial mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the celestial spiritual energy within the celestial mountain range was astonishing. Celestial spiritual light intertwined, floating in the air. At the center of the mountain range was a large number of divine pavilions, intertwined with the aura of time. This was where the Fae had established their race. When Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy arrived, the first thing they heard was the sound of a bell ringing out from the depths of the main Fae territory. It carried with it a sense of vicissitudes, and there was a divine essence intertwined within. The Violet Fairy's expression changed. She knew all too well that this was the sign that the Fae's sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. For a time, she rushed forward like a humanoid bolt of lightning, her speed frightening. Who is it? Halt! Outside the Fae territory, there were naturally Fae cultivators standing guard. When they saw the Violet Fairy rushing over, they immediately rushed forward with their spears and shouted, "Get out of my way!" A boundless Fae might shook, turning into a hurricane that swept out, directly blowing away several Fae cultivators that were rushing forward. The Fae's main gate was torn apart, and the Fae rushed into the Fae territory, heading deep into the Fae territory. Lin Tian followed beside the Violet Fairy, maintaining the same speed as the Violet Fairy. How dare you barge into my Fae territory? You have some guts. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. More than 20 Fae powerhouses appeared in succession. All of them were at the half-step Immortal King realm, and the aura they exuded was extremely tyrannical. Get out of my way! The Violet Fairy's expression was anxious. As she spoke, a sound wave swept forward. Puff, puff, puff.